Good evening, everyone. It is 6 o'clock on the dot on July 8th, 2025. And to call to order this meeting of the Gallatin City Council, what we call the committee. I still call it a work session, but it is that meeting. And we're going to begin the meeting this evening with the roll call, and Ms. Kittrell will do that for us.
Vice Mayor Hayes.
Present.
Councilman Alexander.
Present.
Councilman Carter.
Present.
Councilman Fan.
Here.
Councilman Fino.
Here.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
And Councilman Juvants. Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you, and thank you, everyone, for being here this evening. Tonight, you have the minutes from the June 24th meeting to consider for approval.
So moved to approve.
I have several motions to approve. I'll go with Councilman Jones and a second by Councilman Juvants. Any corrections or additions requested? Seeing none, all in favor of approving the minutes from June 24th, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. They are approved. We'll now move to public recognition. This is a work session, so all the public recognition is at the beginning of the meeting. Those of you who have been here before, you kind of know how it goes. We need your name, your address for the record. You have 5 minutes to speak. I do ask, particularly when there's a large crowd, that we not have any applause, that we not have laughter, booing, those kinds of things. Helps us all if we stay really quiet so we can pay attention to anyone who is speaking and keep the meeting moving along. So with that, public recognition is now open. Welcome to the podium.
My name is Sandra Kelly, and I live at 103 Jones Street here in Gallatin. And I'm going to say what I've said before several times. First of all, all of the construction around town is driving me nuts. I know that they've opened up a portion of South Water that was closed, and they worked on it. But I'll tell you what, they left it so bumpy that if you go over 5 miles an hour, you will rip the undercarriage right off your car. It's terrible. I don't know how they can leave it like that. And there's also still signs that you see a sign that says what's coming up, but it doesn't come up, or it's like I said last week, the signs just don't go with what's going on. You might see one laying beside the road with the tripod standing next to it. It's just kind of like they don't care for the signs or what they stand for. But anyway, I also wanted to say that I think between ZOCO and the revitalization groups that we could get that could revitalize different sections of the town, including South Water, and you could do it to where it would pay for itself, and just everything that's going on. And we've already got 2 hotels in town. Granted, they probably could be refurbished a little bit, that we don't really need all of what the Phoenix is proposed to do, whatever that is, beyond what we've already heard. I'm going to give you the website, then read the petition for more transparency for the Phoenix. You can go to ourfight.online/Phoenix Project Petition. It will take you directly to the petition that you can sign online. And now I'll read it. Petition for transparency in a referendum for the Phoenix Project. We, the residents of Gallatin, call upon our mayor and city council to ensure that the proposed Phoenix construction project is subject to the same level of transparency and detailed disclosure as private companies are required to provide to their investors. Specifically, we request that the following information be made publicly available for this and any proposed public construction project. We need detailed project plans, a comprehensive description of the project, scope, design, and timeline, cost estimates and budget breakdown, transparent accounting of all projected costs, including materials, labor, and contingencies, funding sources. We need a clear identification of all funding streams, including taxpayer contributions, grants or loans, clear disclosure of the public of any consideration of granting a pilot or TIF risk assessments, analysis of potential risks, delays, or cost overruns with mitigation strategies, environmental and community impact reports, studies detailing the project's effects on local ecosystems, traffic, local downtown businesses, and residents' quality of life, contractor and vendor information, disclosure of all parties involved, including selection criteria and contract terms. Public projects are funded by taxpayers, and we deserve the same rigor and accountability and information sharing that private companies provide to their investors. Transparent disclosure fosters trust, ensures responsible stewardship of public funds, and empowers communities to engage meaningfully in decisions that affect us all. A project of this magnitude and cost needs to be put on a referendum for the public to vote on. We instruct our elected representatives to adopt these standards immediately and commit to full transparency for the Phoenix and all future construction projects. And that website again is ourfight.online/Phoenix Project Petition. Thank you for your time.
Hello. I'm going to try to squeeze in here at the beginning before you get all the marina. I'm actually speaking about agenda item 2, Wedgwood Townhomes. I commented on this item during the commission planning meeting. Kelly Lane, 114 Starcourt. I commented on this during the commission meeting, and the original proposal has no connection to Fairway Heights. The city originally proposed connecting Bernhardt and Paisley. Myself and all my neighbors immediately saw that as an issue with Paisley becoming a cut through when that light goes in. And so we spoke against connecting that. During that meeting, I'd have said what's coming up next, but unfortunately we aren't allowed to talk after your discussion. One of the commissioners asked which of the 2 roads the city engineers would prefer to see connected. He was very surprised by the answer, and so was I. They said Paisley, because it would be traffic calming, because there's extra turns to get out. It wouldn't be a cut through, but it would connect Fairway Heights. Having talked to several of my neighbors since then, several of us feel that Paisley, which we didn't assume only connecting Paisley would be an idea prior to that conversation occurring during the planning meeting, would be a smart connection. It would give our neighborhood a connection to those lights that are going to end up happening off of Wedgwood more directly, and to the additional building that'll happen down the road on the other side without going through Winston Place, which is awkward. If you've ever driven down Winston Way, there's frequently cars on both sides, making it one lane. So while initially speaking out against connecting either road, we would be in favor of connecting only Paisley.
Thank you. You all, if you're wishing to speak, I'd ask you to come be ready to speak next at the podium.
Pam Fino, 202 Woodlake Drive, Gallatin. Regarding item number 1 on the agenda to amend the preliminary master plan for Foxland Harbor Marina, our households are known. Too many bad decisions keep getting made. Let's make them stick to their original plan. It's better for Gallatin, it's better for public access to the lake, and it'll be a hell of a lot less stressful to the estuary area that is already in great distress. Tonight, I would rather spend my time on agenda item number 7, Project Phoenix. I'm really thinking we actually should call it Project Pachyderm, because it is the elephant in the room that our council just doesn't seem to want to have community input in. The true scope of this project from its inception to now has been downplayed and hidden from the citizen stakeholders. There has been a lack of discussion, lack of transparency, and most importantly, there has been a lack of citizen stakeholder input. When a government entity is not being transparent with their citizenry, it leads back to a lack of trust. The citizens should not have to babysit our elected officials to ensure that they are being transparent. And while I understand you are our representatives, Project Phoenix is not a normal everyday operation that this council is regularly responsible for. This project will forever change the character and heart of this amazing historical suburban city. Sorry, New York, call them towns. I did not move out of New York just to have a mini New York in the middle of Tennessee. In 2008, we thought it was going to be Brentwood or Franklin, where we would finally retire to. But by the time I came back in 2012, 2013, those charming suburban cities turned into something completely different. So we looked north, and that is how we found ourselves here. We love the charm of this city, especially the downtown. This project has been in the pipeline for over 16 months, probably longer, since we know the IDB and the EDA had exploratory meetings with Boyle Investments long before any public documents appeared to the citizenry. Yet at no point in the past year and a half has the council or mayor held a plan-a-palooza, sent out surveys, or even attempted to add it to the Gallatin newsletter. The citizen stakeholders of these 6+ acres in the heart of our suburban city the citizens have been completely shut out of this. It's our property. In fact, after the April 8th meeting, when the mayor said we need to get citizens' input, I actually thought, great, finally, they're including the most important group of people in this project, the stakeholders, the citizens. I realized after I spent the last 12 days immersed in this project that I actually watched the first public presentation, but it was presented in such a way and explained in such a way that would never have led me to think that this was what Mr. Hayes was talking about in describing everything that night. And why would he? He is a partner in Boyle Investments, and they will make a lot of money if the city allows this project to move forward. In fact, I'm still having trouble understanding why the agreement puts millions of costs on us, the citizens. Boyle Investments makes huge dividends for their investors. If Boyle Investments think that this is such a prime, viable project, then they should be putting forth all the resources and costs associated with this, not us. One of the most concerning items in the agenda and the agreement is the title that the city will be giving to them. It is called the Acquisition of Absolute Fee Simple Title. I know it's a mouthful, but basically it gives the investment company full rights to do basically anything they want with the property. Yes, certain zoning ordinances will need to be followed, but other than that, nope. We the citizens wish we could get that type of titles for our homes and properties. The agreement stipulates that the city is responsible for all costs and shall relocate the fire hall, the police department, and possibly the city hall. The fire hall was already in the pipeline. We've taken out a $17.5 million bond, but the city still has not shared the new location, the costs, or the scope of the project with the citizens. Scope of project and costs are the number one thing you do before anything else moves forward, including finding an investment company. Just ask Boyle Investments. They would never have started imagining a project before they know the scope of the project, the estimated costs, and their yield. They wouldn't be in business still if they did things that way. The area downtown cannot handle another hotel with 100 or more rooms. It cannot handle another 300 condos or apartments. That will bring in at least a minimum of 600 cars every day. This project screams gentrification. That always means that rent goes up to the surrounding blocks, hurting many citizens. What if Project Phoenix doesn't bring in the dividends to Boyle Invest that they're looking for? Is it up to them then that they can sell the city? They will. I know.
Thank you, Ms.
Bear
Fino.
with me. 20 seconds. Did it really only take us this long to sell our city? To end my soliloquy, I will put a spin on a famous 2010 quote regarding Obamacare. We must move forward on this project so that you can know what is in it, away from the fog of controversy.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Farino.
you.
Your time is up. I don't think I said this at the beginning of public comment, but I will remind you, please don't name individuals. I think there was a name mentioned there, and Councilman Hayes said, why is she talking about me? I said, I think she got the name wrong. This is why we don't say names. So let's not refer to any individuals as you speak this evening, please. Mr. Schultz.
Thank you. I'm Bob Schultz, 126 Stonehouse Drive, Gallatin, Tennessee. I'm a former city council member, District 1. I'm coming to speak against number 7, Project Phoenix. I appreciate the comments that were made. I would love for this to be put forward as a referendum. The argument would be, oh, but we can't do that for every zoning that we want, something this crucial, I think we should put it as a referendum. My main thing, if it's such a good deal for a hotel to be here and this investment group wants to improve Gallatin, where to have a hotel? If they really, really, really want to make Gallatin something special, they should invest in Cordell Hall. We've had multiple hotels down in downtown Gallatin for years. Some made it, some didn't, some were torn down. There's one right across the street. Really, guys, it's time for y'all to quit working with developers and let the developers work with y'all. There would be the regaining of trust with that. I don't know where the new property that you guys would be seeking to move the fire department or the police department to. I haven't heard that, and if you've stated, I apologize, but I'd like to know where that would be. What property you're looking at to keep the city business downtown, not only for the fire department and police department, but for City Hall. And I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Okay, I'd ask if you are planning to speak this evening that you be ready to speak when the previous speaker concludes.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, my name is Tom Lee. I'm a partner in the law firm of Nelson Mullins, Riley, and Scarborough, and I'm here tonight to speak on item matter number 1 on behalf of the Friends of Old Hickory Lake. This comes to you, according to your materials tonight, on a 4-1 recommendation from the Planning Commission, but if you've watched that meeting tape, or if you were there, you know that's not quite right. What actually happened the first time this proposal was advanced by way of a motion in favor of recommending the plan to you, the vote was 2 to 2 to 2. There were 2 ayes, there were 2 noes, and there were 2 abstentions. And the votes that abstained said, wow, an awful lot is coming at us. We've got a pile of public comment from folks who live here. We have dozens, a couple, 3 dozen people who've come to speak to us. They asked for time. They asked for time. No, the decision was we have to do it tonight. And so a motion to reconsider was made, and folks voted 4-1. It is a 4-1 vote, but you should know that context. I doubt that you see many proposals coming before you that got 2 votes their first time around at the Planning Commission. Maybe a first. Why did this happen? I think it happened for 3 reasons. 1, this plan has changed a number of times. The version before you tonight is at least the 3rd version in the last 3 months. 3 months ago, there was a version that had been reviewed by the Corps of Engineers in considering whether to lease property to the developer. That version changed into the version that was before the Planning Commission in May, a hotel, a dry dock building, and that version changed into the version that was before the Planning Commission in June that you now have in front of you. Number 2, there are numerous conditions on this approval, meaning lots of unsolved issues. And you'll hear from neighbors tonight about those unsolved issues. People who are concerned about traffic, parking, stormwater, height of the buildings, location of the development, impact of the development on the neighborhood in which they have invested their lives, their life's work. Number 3, I think it's because of the public engagement. I think it's worth reviewing a little bit of that timeline, and I want to do it in the context of a public records request that we made of the city on June 9. We asked for essentially 2 things. We asked for all applications that had been submitted to planning and all materials submitted in support of those applications. We also asked for all correspondence between the applicant and Planning Commission staff, Planning Commission members, and this council. You can take a breath. None of your emails were produced. On June 20, the last day within the law's requirement, we received 6 documents. We received the Planning Commission agendas for 2 months. We received the application, a couple of supporting letters, and a summary of traffic data. That was it. Then on June 23rd, in front of the Planning Commission, a member of the planning staff said, very honestly and innocently, well, we haven't had a chance to look at that traffic study that was submitted this week. And my first thought was, what traffic study? I have an open records request pending. Ms. Hi McCauley and I had a conversation about it the next day. And she very graciously, I appreciate the call, said, you probably shouldn't have gotten that traffic study. We'll get it to you. And there's one more thing. There are some emails that you haven't gotten, and you probably should. And they're about 1,100 emails. Is there a date where you'd like to cut those off? And I said, yes, let's just cut it off in the beginning of 2023. We got those emails yesterday. And I haven't read them all. I wouldn't pretend that I have. But I will tell you that I read a couple of things. I did read this, that in the hundreds of emails, this project has been in front of the staff and the members of the Planning Commission for 2 years. When did the public get its first look at what was going to be presented at the May Planning Commission? May 16. May 16. Why, you ask, is the public so upset about this project? That's why. And then it changed a month after. I want to tell you something about May 16, though. That was 4 days. Mayor, I'll be
Thank
10
you, sir.
seconds.
10 seconds.
That was 4 days after this. We found this in the emails. This is an invitation-only event held by the developer. Please come and help guide the future of the Marina campus on the 12th of May. A private meeting by invitation only before the public ever saw it. Ladies and gentlemen, there is something about this project. And my request of you is that you find out what it is
Thank you, sir.
before you submit it for a vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Good evening, Mayor Brown and council members. I'm Michelle Juvants, and I live at 1335 Long Hollow Pike. And I want to talk about agenda item number 2, which is the Wedgwood Townhomes. And I want to talk about agenda item number 7, which is the Project Phoenix. And I wanted to, regarding the Wedgwood Townhomes, Mayor Brown, I wanted to address something that I've been thinking about for years and that you actually highlighted last month at the Planning Commission meeting. The Planning Commission chairman recused himself from voting on the Wedgwood Townhomes. Actually, 3 planning commissioners regularly recuse themselves on agenda items because they have financial conflict of interest on the items. Pretty much every meeting, several of them recuse themselves on something. So I found it was interesting, Mayor, that you abstained from voting at the Planning Commission meeting on the Wedgwood Townhomes. So I wanted to ask why you did that. I remember that you did say that you did it because you appoint the planning commissioners. And so I looked, and it seems that the chairman is the one who owns that piece of property and is going to be developing the townhomes. So he recused himself, but there are several that recuse themselves regularly, and so I was wondering why you abstained from voting on that, because you said that you appoint the planning commissioners, but I've never seen you actually abstain any other time over the years, or even at the next agenda item when another planning commissioner recused himself, you did not abstain from voting. So I found that curious, and I wanted to know what's different about this development. I kind of have really 2 questions. Not just why you abstained from voting on that specific Wedgwood Townhome development, but I want to know if it's time to replace certain planning commissioners, if you think it's okay that certain planning commissioners actually every meeting, recuse themselves for reasons that they say that they have interest in, and it is financial interest in. So it just, from my viewpoint and from my viewpoint as a sitting in the public, it seems shady, and I think that that would be something that might be time to change some of the people who sit in those seats, because they have become, especially the Planning Commission, because they have a lot of heavy lifting that they do with the long-range planning documents. And with the Plan Gallatin, they had a lot to do with that. And then they turn around later and they make money off of the things that they have voted on and the things that they have determined and directed with these long-range planning documents. So that, to me, is something I've been thinking about for a long time, because I've been watching this happen, and it just seems unseemly. Secondly, I want to talk about Project Phoenix, which is item 7 on the agenda. And I sure hope that the people in the room tonight are going to stick around for that discussion. It's probably the biggest project that has ever been done in the city with taxpayer dollars. And it's going to affect each and every one of us citizens, because we're going to be the ones paying for it. And if you're going to be tearing down the city hall, the fire station, the police station, the farmer's market, and give the land to the IDB for the developer to use for apartments and a hotel and a retail complex, how are we going to pay for all the new city buildings? We have been asking these questions and haven't had any answers yet. I remember that you all voted that the city did its due diligence at the same time that the developer was going to do their due diligence to see if the project was feasible. And did that happen? Like, who did it? Who for the city did the due diligence for the city? This is our money that you're fixing to spend, and the people should decide. It should be put on a referendum.
Thank you, Ms. Juvants.
Welcome.
Mayor Brown, City Council. My name is David Shear. I live at 129 Albatross Way in Foxland. First, this project will be the imbalance. We're talking about item number 1, the Foxland Harbor Marina. It will be an imbalance to our subdivision from a golfing residential area to being anchored by large commercial establishments. 18,870 square feet of commercial and restaurant space is being proposed, and 112 condos in this small parcel of land. We are one of your premier neighborhoods. Please imagine this project at the entry to your neighborhood or another such as Fairview Plantation. Second, imagine how the beautiful entry will be destroyed by the commercial view to the left side as you enter our neighborhood, and the current entry cut into and imbalanced. Third, and this is very important, item 10 of your report, the traffic impact study should not be approved. The traffic study did not evaluate traffic in and out of the existing launch ramp area and its impact on Douglas Bend traffic. It did not properly weigh the blockage of the southbound Douglas Bend lane as boats being towed stack up traffic on Douglas Bend into the marina's single launch ramp. The current southbound Douglas Bend Road turn pocket for the launch ramp has enough room for one truck or vehicle without a trailer. As a prior city engineer and public works director, the fact that the traffic engineers never considered the traffic in and out of the only planned launch area for the marina is unbelievable. They only considered the new access and the Foxland Boulevard traffic. This launch access blocks traffic now and will be a total bottleneck as the only launch planned for the marina's 253 docks with 50 at that launch area. Reject this traffic study and demand a proper evaluation before acting on this project. Does it make any sense to have more than 200 slips in the marina with no adjacent boat ramp to use? That if an owner can build a ramp, they proposed one with a dry storage facility. Fourth, Exhibit A of your document, Condition 3, you must add the language. You must add this language to that. No storage of boat trailers in our front entry parking lot. Fifth, item 9, you have a recommendation that they make a connection to the clubhouse with their paved driveway from this commercial zone. Please add that there's all the access to this facility should be from Douglas Bend Road and eliminate the clubhouse access. Sixth, on February the 24th of 2020, a recommendation changed the height from 87 foot to 68 feet in your documents, which is still way too high. The MRO has a 35-foot height requirement. Please stay with that. Low-rise buildings, not multi-story buildings. Last, please recuse yourself if you have personal relationship with the developer. You will make it easy for the vote to be challenged in court. Just say no to 18,870 square feet of commercial and 112 condos with building heights into the stratosphere. Thank you for your service to the city, and please give this more consideration than you have in the past.
I'm Nick Mador, 1443 Boardwalk Place in Gallatin. And I was going to speak on number 1. As a resident of Foxland Harbor, I want to voice my opposition to the current plans for the proposed Foxland Harbor Marina. This includes a large-scale marina, oversized condominium buildings, commercial eateries, retail space, and entertainment venues. When Foxland Harbor was originally developed, the marina was presented as a small, community-focused amenity designed to provide enhanced lake access for the immediate area. At no point was a large commercial destination hub ever part of the neighborhood's master plan. The latest proposal deviates dramatically from what homeowners were led to believe. How many times have the Foxland Marina plans changed since 2008? Recently, they have changed at every public meeting that I have been at. The developers will tell you they have made changes based on community input. That simply is not true. Community engagement has been very selective as to who the developer considers the community. The developer will tell you they have made residential density changes. These changes were actually necessary. If you think about it, residential density is restricted to auto parking, building footprints, and acreage. Auto parking is required for the excessive number of boat slips directly impacts the residential density. Numerous experienced and knowledgeable professionals have expressed concerns at various public meetings. But, big but, the Gallatin Planning Committee spent its time looking at ways to invalidate, downplay, or totally ignore those concerns. Yet they looked for ways to validate, make exceptions, and even adjusted voting to support the developer. We have to ask why. Traffic, building height, short-term rentals, parking, and commercial use are common concerns that impact everyone living in the area. Why are they considered as non-important issues? Before considering merging projects or any approvals on project plans, I respectfully urge you to require a professional and independent traffic study. Waiting until a final plan is not appropriate for a project of this size. Experts can accurately estimate traffic loads for each phase of this project on the front end. Mandate restrictions that prohibit short-term rentals. I'm referencing Tennessee Short-Term Rental Unit Act of 2018. This act does grant local governments the ability to regulate short-term rentals. Just take a look at Brentwood, or maybe even Hendersonville. Provide no exceptions on building heights or auto parking requirements on properties involved with this project. Bicycle and golf cart parking are not reasonable replacements for automobile parking. Previous building height exceptions are not applicable to this project. Previous exceptions were in a different part of the neighborhood, not at the entrance. reject any inclusion of public retail, restaurants, or entertainment venues within the neighborhood. A party destination must not be placed in a residential neighborhood. Please stand with the residents of Foxland Harbor and the adjacent neighborhoods to uphold their original vision for our community. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Britney Clap, and I reside at 1438 Rivermont Circle North. And so tonight, I believe the proposed marina at Old Hickory Lake brings no meaningful benefits to the people of Gallatin, only new burdens that go directly against our city's core values, which I obtained off the City of Gallatin's website, which summer is followed: maintaining a peaceful, safe, and family-friendly environment, protecting community health and safety, especially for the most vulnerable, and protecting and preserving Gallatin's natural resources for current and future generations. But let's be honest, what is the real lasting value that the marina adds to our families? Does it create good paying jobs? No. No marinas mostly bring just seasonal low-wage service jobs that do not pay enough to keep up with Gallatin's rising cost of living. The average marina worker in Tennessee makes around $28,000 to $32,000 a year, while Gallatin's median home price is over $400,000, which that does not add up to financial stability to our local families. Does it make our communities safer or healthier? Absolutely not. It increases serious health risk by driving more deer, rodents into our neighborhoods, animals that carry ticks spreading Lyme disease and Rocky Mountain spotted fever, which Tennessee is already one of the worst states for tick-borne diseases, and children are at most risk, in which every single night I have approximately anywhere from, which I didn't add this in here, but 5 to about 15 deer. And while I don't mind looking at them, I'm thinking about kids, my pets, they're sleeping in my yard. And it also adds more standing water to the mosquitoes at a time when mosquito-borne illnesses like West Nile virus has tripled since 2004. And I guess this is all regarding the Foxland Harbor. I'm off Douglas Bend Road in the back. And so I'm talking about all the traffic that's going to be driving these animals even more so to our homes. So the West Nile virus, which has tripled since 2004, these diseases threaten our kids and seniors the most and put more strain on our healthcare system. And does it make traffic better? No. This marina means more boat trailers, trucks, visitors crowding our already strained roads. Traffic congestion will only get worse and not better, and that undermines our core value of safe, well-managed growth. Does it protect our cost of living? Definitely not. New luxury waterfront developments like the drive up property values and taxes. They make housing and basic living more expensive for the working families who built Gallatin. While providing no affordable recreation access in return, that also goes against our promise of being an inclusive, family-friendly city. Does it keep our kids safe? No. More boat traffic, fuel storage, shoreline erosion increases the risk of fires, water contamination, accidents near places where families swim and fish. This is no clear plan to cover the extra strain on the emergency services, animal control, or public health. So I'm asking, what is the upside? Because these key points undermine Gallatin's commitment to protect Old Hickory Lake as a clean, healthy resource for residents and wildlife alike. How does allowing increased environmental hazards, noise, and pollution align with Gallatin's stated commitment to protect children and families? Where are the career-level jobs that can help people afford to live here? Where are the protections for our health and safety? Where are the solutions for traffic and cost living impacts? Who will pay for these extra public health measures, wildlife management, and emergency response costs if citizens' health and safety are harmed? How does exposing our children to these preventable dangers align with Gallatin's promise to protect our community health and safety? How can you guarantee that the children won't be exposed to unsafe water quality for swimming, fishing, and outdoor recreation? So I'm asking for a full environmental and public health impact study, a transparent cost-benefit analysis, and written commitments from the developers in the city outlining how they will uphold Gallatin's core values if the project moves forward. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. Thank you for giving us a few minutes tonight. I'm Tim Weeks. I'm one of the outsiders here tonight, 6101 Hager's Grove Pass in Hermitage. I live in Nashville, and I'm wearing a few hats tonight. One, I'm the chair of the Middle Tennessee group of the Shear Club. I've spoken at the Corps of Engineer meetings and also at the Planning Commission with some environmental concerns, but for the lack of a better analogy, I think the ship has sailed on that. I think you're probably going to permit a marina to be built at this site, so I won't take your time discussing those issues. The other hat that I'm wearing is someone who's very experienced in neighborhood issues with the Coalition for Nashville Neighborhoods and the Donaldson Hermitage Neighborhood Association. I was very much involved in the fight over Airbnb being permitted into residential zone areas in Nashville. I worked with Councilman Larry Hager to write legislation to restrict that activity in residential areas. I'm here to ask you that when you consider the short-term rental implications of the condominiums in this development, to be very wise and very careful about your choices and to consider severe restrictions in this area. All developments seem to represent progress, but you know, a lot of people sometimes have regrets down the road saying, I wish we hadn't done that. I can tell you from our experience that if you let short-term rentals into these condominiums, that this will become party central. You're going to have a large commercial restaurant and bar there. You're going to have boats there. You're going to have short-term rentals available on weekends. The most frequent visitors to this marina will probably be the fire and police coming in there because of incidents and violence. Actually, Nashville Neighborhoods experienced a lot of crazy stuff with parties at Airbnbs in residential areas. You don't want this happening here. You really don't. Especially in something that's this dense, relying on one road coming into this area. I can just see it being a disaster. I'll also echo what Mr. Tom Lee said, that I was here for the Planning Commission. That was probably the most convoluted decision I've ever seen from a public body. They didn't know what to do. They really didn't. But what they did know is that they didn't want to deal with it. It was a hot potato. So they played the part of Pontius Pilate and washed their hands and said, we're going to hand it to the elected officials and let y'all decide this. That don't consider that 4-1 vote a ringing endorsement of this plan. Please look at the plan. Look at it very closely. So lastly, in summary, I'll just say, I hope that you will rein in the size of this project. I hope you'll put tight restrictions on the use of these condominiums. But lastly, you guys are elected, you represent constituents, and there's a lot of red shirts. There's a lot of good people in this neighborhood, in this town, that are opposed to this, and they have good reasons to be. I hope you will represent the people who elected you. Thank you.
I want that Cubs hat. Good evening, Council, Mayor. Jake Barr, 831 Plantation Boulevard. I'm part of the Fairview Plantation team. I'm also here tonight representing the Friends of Old Hickory Lake. And I do so willingly and with full mind and understanding that when I came first to Gallatin to even consider becoming a resident in 2007 is when I made my first visit. I literally sat down and had materials presented to me showing that I was coming into an area that was going to build a marina as part of the master plan. So I willingly did that. In 2012, when I made my move in, I literally looked back at the document. The document that I was shared versus what is before you tonight for approval is as different as night and day. That original marina was a private marina. That original marina was essentially between 68 to 72 slips in size, had no commercial venture whatsoever. No hotel, no condos, no dry stack, no nothing. So I stand before you tonight saying, what are we doing? Where are we going from what we originally had as part of a proposal? And how did we honestly get to this point? I think part of the unfortunate nature of misinformation and not sharing because you're trying to hold things close to the vest is part of the fever and the passion and the anger that's coming out through repeated meetings all the way through the Planning Commission. I have to tell you, I've built factories for major multinational corporations in 35 countries around the world. And the Planning Commission meeting and how it was handled was an absolute shit show. I'm sorry, but that's true. It's true. I have never seen at the end of a vote and commissioners actually state to each other, I don't want any part of this. I'm handing it to the council so that they can make the decision. I mean, it was ridiculous. I literally want to focus for a minute just on three simple things. First, how did we get from a private venture to now a public commercial operation? Second, the traffic and infrastructure issues continue to be underestimated. Guys, I'm an engineer for a living. And I have to tell you, the simple math doesn't work. If you simply look at the number of slips and ask yourself, anybody a boat owner? I am. Your boat has to be maintained at least 1 to 2 times per year. If you've got 250 slips, and let's forget about the rights of deciding whether they can put that many slips on the water or not. Bringing those boats out of the water requires a trip, requires space to pull them, requires people to maintain them and do it. Look, guys, there's at least 2,500 minimum trips that you're undercalling. That's for washing, repair, maintenance, et cetera. That's not gone into any traffic analysis that you've done. I've continued to implore back to the Planning Commission and to compare it to the type of analysis that was done just for Northfield Church to have an evaluation about a traffic light. Guys, there were 6 weeks of multiple agents sitting there doing traffic analysis, 6 full weeks, nonstop, 8 hours a day, right? None of that has occurred for this project on a single lane road with 2 blind spots in a space of less than a quarter of a mile. You've heard, and I won't duplicate and take up the time of the folks talking about how the distance only allows for essentially 1 vehicle and 1 trailer to safely make that turn and to be into the lane. So I'll finish by also asking you, if you're going to move forward with the endeavor on the third point, which is short-term rentals, what are we trying to be, Nash Vegas North? Really? I mean, do you understand the implication on the police and the fire departments of trying to manage transient people in a residential community? Okay, transient people.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I'll close by simply saying, if you literally address the issues relative to the traffic at a minimum, you'd find there's no way. You'll have to take out and build an entirely new lane on Douglas.
Thank you.
Mayor, council members, I'm Shandra Waller. I live at 1029 Albatross Way in Gallatin. Some members of this council have stated that those who are opposed to the current Foxland Harbor Marina proposal are just against all change. This is untrue. In fact, nearly everyone I have spoken to would not oppose a reasonably sized and adequately buffered marina. However, this current proposal is grossly oversized. A small group of property owners will benefit to the detriment of the general public. It has too many boat slips, over 250, which will make the cove a dangerous and destructive place to live and recreate. 50 of the slips are off the current public dock, which will effectively eliminate the ability of the public to use this area when all the boat trailer parking is gobbled up with cars of persons accessing the new docks. Eliminate these 50 slips and reduce the total number of slips to about 100. The open-ended 14,000 square foot of commercial space, in addition to a sizable restaurant and other commercial uses proposed, will result in a development better reflecting Nashville's Lower Broadway than what a Gallatin marina should look like. A smaller restaurant and basic convenience store would be adequate. No neon lights. Use of residential streets such as Foxland Boulevard by a large commercial development should be prohibited. All access to the marina and condos should be via Douglas Bend. The traffic study, which we recently got and I have reviewed, I'm a civil engineer, so I have a little bit of understanding of traffic studies, is faulty and really can only be described as a joke. They didn't even look at the entrance to the ramp, nothing whatsoever. And they claim that over 27% of the traffic will be generated within the neighborhood and not use Douglas Bend. Ridiculous. Foxland Harbor subdivision is a beautiful development, and the proposed project should not be allowed to destroy this character. Existing landscaping in front of the natural rock wall should remain untouched. There's 3 really beautiful big trees there that the developer has called ratty pear trees and tends to just rip out, destroying the character of the whole entry there. Additional landscaping along property boundaries and the parking lot should be required. Building heights should be no higher than those of the existing condos. No overnight parking of trailers should be allowed. No dumpsters adjacent to the roadway like they are right now. They've put them right next to Douglas Bend and to Foxland. Isn't that going to be beautiful? All condos should be for sale only. No short-term rentals. Several people before me have given you an insight into what short-term rentals look like. Party city. In adherence to the Code of Ethics and for full transparency to Gallatin residents, prior to the council discussing this project, each member should disclose relationships with the developer. Thank you for your time, and I hope you'll give consideration to all of our comments.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, councilmen and women. My name is Mike Schulty. I live at 1489 Boardwalk Place in Gallatin within the Foxland Harbor community. When Foxland Harbor and Fairview Plantation neighbors chose to build or buy their forever homes in these communities, we did so with full awareness and appreciation of Leon Moore's original vision, dating back as far as 2007. At that time, the development included a modest 50 to 70 slips, marina, and thoughtfully designed restaurant. It reflected the character and scale that suited our lakeside communities that we live in. Today, the plan for the development seems to change week to week, creating uncertainty and distrust. How many times have we heard distrust tonight in the last few weeks? What's currently being proposed bears little resemblance to Leon's original vision, nor the vision we embraced when we invested in our homes and in this community of Gallatin. I'm not here to speak for myself alone, but to represent a collective voice of our community of over 1,666 signatures of neighbors who oppose this marina development. A recent unbiased survey was conducted by the respective HOAs. Foxland Harbor HOA had 290 responses. Fairview Plantation HOA, 260 responses. Gallatin area residents of Douglas Bend, 189 responses, yielding 739 total responses, and the results clearly reflect what our communities support and what we oppose. This is not a personal crusade. It is a united, community-driven effort to ensure that this development and the development in Gallatin is aligned with long-term character, vision, and values of the people who live here. Let me be clear, we are not against progress, okay? We welcome growth and we welcome development in Gallatin. And I will say again, but we want it to be right-sized, not supersized. We want it right-sized, not supersized. Remember those words, please. We're asking for smart, balanced, and respectful development that honors the legacy of Leon Moore's original plan and preserves the integrity of our neighborhoods. Thank you for your time and attention to these voices of the people who call this community home. Here are the Foxland Harbor resident survey results, as that's all the time I have and can share in a 5-minute period allotted. But all 3 studies' results are almost identical as far as the results. Let me share with you the marina. 51.38% people oppose it. 35.17% support it. That's a difference of 16.21%. If this was an election, it would be a lost cause. The marina wouldn't happen. Floating fuel dock, 56.26% oppose, 29.17% support it. That's a 27.9% difference. I'll skip the hotel and the dry dock. Condominiums, 67.24% oppose, 12.76% support. That's a difference of 54.48%. Another landslide. I hope you're listening to these numbers, and if you need those slides, I'd be happy to share them with you. A restaurant, 39.23% support it, 45.83% want it. Okay? Retail shops, 54.32% don't want it, 24.57% want it. A 29.75% difference in the opposition. A convenience store, 60.21% don't want it, 17.64% want it. 45.27% difference. That's over 290 people voting. Just as this is Foxland, Fairview numbers are the same, so are Douglas Bend. Parking facilities, 52.59% oppose it, 27.33% support it, 25.26% difference. A playground, 30.91% oppose it, 42.36% want it, 11.45% difference. The other things I would say, top 50 priorities of concerns. 85% people are concerned about the traffic, increased activity, noise, and disruption, 76%. Homeowner safety and community, 75%. Modification to the main entrance of Foxland Harbor, 74%. Impact on property values, 72%. Developments consistent with the overall vision of Foxland Harbor, 64%. Environmental impact, pollution, dredging, wildlife, fishing, recreation, 54%. And I can go on. Thank you for your time.
Mayor Brown and Council, I'm John Gardner. I live at 1145 McCrory Circle. That's in the Fairview area. A couple times you've heard tonight about the original vision of the master plan community called Fairview and Foxland under Leon Moore. My first visit was in early 2008. I actually had the opportunity to sit down with Leon Moore and his representatives. And what I was shown was a master plan community development. And there's no question that original document showed a marina. That original marina, as you've heard before, was in the range of 60 to 75 slips. It had no gas dock. It had no, shop, et cetera, at it. It was portrayed as a community dock very similar to the one that currently exists in Fairview that is used by the peninsula and residents of the peninsula. So I guess one of the things that causes me great concern is how can the city, on a master plan community that by your own admissions during the planning meetings was targeted for residential and recreation, all of a sudden go to a change of purpose to residential, recreation, and commercial. It's totally out of character. It's totally out of the view of what, as an investor in Gallatin, I was told and expected to be upheld by the city council, the mayor, and other officials. The idea that we might have short-term rentals in condos, I find deplorable and outside the character of a master plan community intended as recreational and residential. I think the line should be held on the height of any buildings associated with this development to the MRO 35 feet. And when it comes to parking, I find the developer to be a master sleight of hand on counting the same parking place 2 and 3 times. So what we find, last Thursday, from 11 o'clock till 1:30, there were no parking places available at the club. There was no events in the event center. So all you had were golfers and people at the pool and totally out of parking. And that's typical of what I have observed with the developer as we've gone down the pathway in my experiences associated with the club. So I would encourage you to look hard at the parking and the spaces therein. Last is, in fact, the traffic study. I won't repeat it. It's simply, I was a professional engineer for the bulk of my career, and in that, I also I was with a Fortune 100 company. I worked with a lot of Fortune 50 companies as we built projects around the world in the 20 to $100 billion range, not millions, billions. The planning associated with this would not allow for any investment by any public company in the Fortune 500. This has been a constant sleight of hand. It's this, it's this, it's this. It doesn't reflect the character. It doesn't reflect a well-planned organization. I would encourage the mayor and the council to act in a morally, ethically, and with integrity to uphold what we invested in Gallatin. And that was a residential and recreational community under the master plan. And failure to do so says, I can't trust this city of Gallatin to ever make another investment in again. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Greg Ziles. I live at 1470 Boardwalk Place in Gallatin. I'm going to condense my comments, one, because it's hard to read since it's in a small space, just like this marina will be. I can't get it all out. So, a lot of comments have already been said, and I won't repeat them. We don't need a marina with 250 slips and condos and parking the scope of the proposed Goodall project. I've been a boat owner for more than 25 years. I've belonged to 3 different marinas, 2 yacht clubs. In my experience with those clubs and marinas, they were much smaller in size and served a much larger communities. And all of them had unintended consequences as a result of having a marina in that locale. Those unintended consequences include things like drunken drivers who kill, drownings, petty theft, traffic congestion, litter, and pollution. I've been to all the planning meetings, and I've heard your comments on the project. It seems to me that you don't always hear what your constituents are saying. There's never follow-up responses to a lot of the comments that were made from previous meetings. The developer, in my opinion, has manipulated and deceived throughout this process. I recall the first meeting where he was going to lay out the grand plan. And a reminder, it stuck with me for a long time. If we don't like the growth in this area, or the project implied, we should move. Colorado, small city somewhere. What a guy. If you continue to support this project and the current proposal, you'll alienate a very large group of vocal, active Gallatin residents, some of which you've heard from today. I could write a number of different pages and highlight the issues and rationale for opposing the current project, which many others have already shared. I'm not sure that you even want to hear those comments. So for the council, my request is this: do your job representing your constituents without deferring to your longtime friends and/or financial encumbrances. Don't ruin this city with poor planning, zoning, and decisions. Due diligence and expertise is required. And I'm just curious again, where's the research? In closing, my wife wanted to be here and she wasn't able to be, so she has done some research. It's interesting that the developer in Goodall Properties for the condos and the villas on the greens, the developer's already, the real estate agent, excuse me, which is part of Goodall Properties, has already described in full that this marina has already been approved. It's now under construction. This exciting new destination on Old Hickory Lake will offer wet slips, dry storage, a fuel dock, waterfront dining, and a launch access for kayaks and even paddle boards, bringing lakeside leisure even closer to the home. Dry dock? The marina's already been approved. I wonder when that occurred. Is that today? Has construction already started? Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Now would be your time.
Hi, Christy Wilson, 1301 Dickerson Bay Drive, and I would just like to say I'm concerned about my children's and my grandchildren's safety. I can imagine 20 short-term renters there on Station Camp Creek on their wave runners, racing around in circles where our children are swimming and skiing and trying to be pulled by their parents and grandparents on their boats. This is why we moved from Nashville out to Gallatin, to get away from all that. And now it's just happening right here. I don't even understand why, this might be very ignorant, why developers are on the planning council. Why is that even allowed? I don't understand that, but maybe I'm ignorant about that. But as a retired nurse and a mother and a grandmother, I'm very concerned. Accidents are the #1 cause of deaths for children, school-aged children. We're just seeing where that happened last summer with wave runner accidents. You have Party City here at the end of Douglas Bend with short-term renters coming from all over the country or just from Nashville, drinking out here on the boats, polluting our lake, dredging up the bottom to have this 253 slips that was originally supposed to be private. 60 boat slips has now gone to 253. If only 10% of those boats are out on the lake on a daily basis, that is 25 more boats on Station Camp Creek. That's a lot of boats on that small little channel. It just is, and I really wish y'all would consider our children, our future of Gallatin, which is the most important thing we have. Also, there's already a restaurant in Foxland Harbor. I don't understand why there needs to be another restaurant there. Also, if this marina is Foxland Harbor Marina, I'm not sure why the access would need to be solely from Douglas Bend Road. There were homes there before Foxland Harbor, before Fairview Plantation, that all have to travel past those developments to get out onto Nashville Pike. We're all affected by that traffic. There's about 5 probably major developments on Douglas Bend that now, we're lucky if a lot of people don't even stop coming on to Douglas Bend Road. They just pull out. It's dangerous for our elderly. I heard something about a roundabout. I can't imagine the elderly or the young drivers going on a roundabout out of our neighborhood 4, 5, 6 times a day, in and out. If a boat trailer, if only one, boat trailers are gonna go on a roundabout, how is that gonna work? I think a roundabout is a terrible idea on Douglas Bend. I think the marina with 253 boat slips is a terrible idea on Douglas Bend. We've been very gracious and welcoming to all the new apartments, condos, houses, everything on Douglas Bend. All of us old neighbors in the back have been very patient and gracious, and we just want for y'all to understand that we don't want a big marina in our neighborhood. That's why we moved from Nashville. We want our children to be safe on the lake. Short-term rentals, all that wild built-up stuff right there on Douglas Bend. The traffic has already been said, but it's our children's safety that counts. Thanks for your time.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Okay. Seeing no one, public recognition is closed, and we'll move now to mayor's comments. I will be brief, Vice Mayor Hayes. A couple of events I do want to mention. Gallatin Outdoor Flower Market coming up on Thursday. That's from 5 to 8 p.m. on the square. On Friday, the Kids Summer Movie Series at the Palace Theater is at 10 a.m. There's a Red Cross blood drive at the Civic Center, meeting rooms 101 and 2, 11 to 4 p.m. And then the Speakeasy on the Square, sponsored by Historic Downtown Gallatin as a fundraiser, is happening at the Emerald Union that evening at 6. This Saturday is the breakfast at the airport here in Gallatin. I always encourage people to attend if they haven't before. It's really fun, especially for kids. The Charter Senior Living is having a car wash and bake sale, and it is going to be Christmas in July at the Gallatin Farmers Market. That's open from 9 to 1, and the Summer Movie Series is there in the Palace Theater again at 10 a.m. The 13th, our Chief of Police, Don Bandy's birthday, and also on Monday, I just want you to be aware that Doug Hoolan from the Nashville International Airport is speaking at the Chamber Luncheon. It's happening at Liberty Creek School. I heard him speak at a conference that I was speaking at, and it was really interesting to see what that airport is planning for the future. And so if you're interested in that, you might wish to attend. I do want to recognize the Parks and Recreation Department especially, but also the Gallatin Fire Department, Gallatin Police Department. Great work on the 4th of July. You guys handled it beautifully. Lots of wonderful food trucks out there. I told Tatum thank you, but please relay to Parks and Recreation the great job that they did with that. There were so many people in this community that contributed to a great 4th of July experience for so many people. Beyond our public event, there were awesome private events happening all over the city. So appreciate those as well, and I do want to mention them. Speaking of fire, Gallatin Fire Department, 2 fires today. That is very, very unusual. Chief Beeman said that they are mostly okay, some requiring some treatment, but no victims of the fires health-wise. Certainly with lost property they are. And then finally, with Mayor's comments, I do want to ask you all to pray for the community of Kerrville. I know the city, I did some work there many years ago. It's a very, very sweet town. Cannot imagine the devastation that they're experiencing there. And the Gallatin Chamber of Commerce has posted from the Kerrville Chamber some efforts that they're making to help rebuild their community, but I know that the families of those victims and their there are people all over this country that have lost friends and family in Kerrville. I know one of them, and I think some of you might as well. But just remember them in your prayers and think of them, please, because I think as we go through what we think is a hard night, those people are having truly hard nights. So I know they would hopefully feel your thoughts and prayers. So that is it on mayor's comments. I'm going to conclude, move to the regular agenda, and start with ordinance number 1, which is ordinance 02507-40. And City Planner Brian Rose is going to introduce that. This is an ordinance of the City of Gallatin approving the amended preliminary master development plan for Foxland Harbor. It's on 7.38 acres located south of Nashville Pike, east of Douglas Bend, authorizing the revision to be indicated on the official zoning atlas, repealing conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date, which is just usual language. Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We can get this PowerPoint pulled up. So this request is to approve an amended preliminary master development plan for the Foxland Harbor Marina. It's on 7.38 acres, or plus or minus acres. It's zoned MRO, multiple residential and office district, and MU, mixed use district. And that's located south of Nashville Pike and east of Douglas Bend Road. I'm sure you're all familiar, but this is Nashville Pike. Here's Douglas Bend Road. So this is before you because the Planning Commission voted that this was a major amendment to the PMDP, which requires, thank you, which requires council review and approval. Council is requesting, the applicant is requesting approval for 4 condominium buildings. 4 condominium buildings and 2 mixed-use buildings with a total of 112 condominium units and a potential for 5,000 square foot restaurant space, as well as 13,870 square feet of commercial/retail space to the property. General retail as an accessory use to the marina was approved with the most recent PMDP amendment in 2023. Restaurant use was also previously shown on the marina site plan from 2023 as well. Some history on the project. So this is the current design plan, but I'm going to jump to some of the previous ones. This is your more recent marina project, but prior to that, as a few of the citizens mentioned, there was a plan for a marina in the past. Foxland Master Plan was approved as early as 2006. Of course, many amendments have been done through time over that. In 2016, the Planning Commission approved a PMDP amendment that included several different buildings and 280 dwelling units for this area. On February 24th of 2020, the Planning Commission approved an amended PMDP for Reverie Point Phase 2.4. That also revised the height, which had been approved at 87 feet, down to 68 feet. On April 27th, 2020, Planning Commission approved an amended PMDP for Reverie Point Phase 2.5, which is townhomes at Reverie Point. That by replacing the 2 previously approved condo buildings with 60 units for 12 townhome units and 1 detached single-family unit. On August 22nd, 2022, Planning Commission approved an amended PMDP/FMDP for Foxland Harbor Phase 2.1 Reverie Waterside. That's the plan that you have in front of you. This includes a portion of the marina site, and this approved. I'm sorry, this is not the plan. It's that one. This includes a portion of the proposed marina site. This approves 64 condo units in essentially a similar design to the currently proposed design. Then you have the one that I had previously on the site. June 23rd of 2023, the Planning Commission approved an amended PMDP for Foxland at Fairview, adding a marina, which is an intermediate impact use with various accessory uses to the master plan. And I'll note this little bluish box, which is maybe hard to see, but that does have a note which talked about the restaurant and shops use on the property. So this request is essentially adding the mixed-use buildings, which I'm going to go back to the proposed site plan. So you've got on that previous plan for the condos, you had 4 condos which are similarly lined up like this. And then you had the marina, which included this property with the water, which is not really part of your decision tonight. It's part of something that the Corps is dealing with. But the real difference in the previous plans and this plan tonight is your 2 mixed-use buildings. Although the mixed-use buildings do include the restaurant use and the shops, albeit there's more shop space probably on this plan than there was previously, so that's something to consider. And then the residential units above also had been, at some point, there had been 280 approved units on this property. So the current number that you are considering, including the existing Reverie Point, which is further to the south, I guess, if you will, and then these proposed units, as well as the units within the mixed-use building, comes to 170 units, well below where they had originally approved previously. All of the proposed buildings require a height exception. These are some architectural examples of the designs that would be proposed for the condo buildings. Currently, the zoning ordinance requires 35 feet. The applicant has requested 87 feet. Now, during the Planning Commission action, the Planning Commission recommended approval with a stated height of 75 feet, as that was what was presented in the original plan. They had been told, I guess, by staff that there had been a request from the applicant, but that was not specifically spoken to during the Planning Commission meeting. So, and then I'm sorry, that was for, the stated height was 75 feet for the mixed-use building and 60 feet for the condo buildings. That's what was approved by Planning Commission. The applicant has requested 87 feet for all buildings. They did send in a revised plan that showed the maximum height, but that came in kind of late in the game, and so the request, again, did not get discussed at Planning Commission meeting on June 23rd, 2025. Previous versions, as we've heard and I've mentioned, at Reverie Point did have an approval for 87 feet, but the current buildings at the Reverie are only at 68 feet. Let's see. As part of the design process, 1 story had been removed and never built. The draft ordinance does not include that height at this time either. The draft ordinance that's in your packets tonight. If the council wishes to amend the height requirement, they would need to vote to amend the draft ordinance. Parking shall comply with regulations outlined in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Notice of Availability to Lease and the Gallatin zoning ordinance. As proposed, a minimum of 435 spaces are required. The developer has proposed 419 car spaces, including the 33 spaces at the public boat ramp. The applicant proposes an alternate parking plan, including 40 bike stalls and 45 golf cart parking spaces to make up some of the difference between what is required and what's provided. All the buildings are consistent with the architectural character. I'll show you the previous plans. This is the previous Reverie Point elevations, what had been provided. So all the buildings are going to be essentially in line with the same design character as what had been built previously for Reverie Point. And also, that's part of the character of the approved Foxland Master Plan. Regarding lights, I'll jump back to, let's see. Oops, I'm hitting the wrong buttons here. So I think this picture on the bottom left here is perhaps what's maybe getting, or up in the top right here, maybe what's getting people excited about neon lights. One thing I do want to mention is the lights for the marina will have to follow our zoning ordinance, and the zoning ordinance does not permit the neon lighting for signs. So I just want to make that clear as far as neon lighting, and that would not be allowed. Our city engineer also has a few comments he would like to make regarding access to the property as well as some transportation issues. So I'd like to turn the time over to him.
Are you going to compare the approved plan with this plan as far as access goes? Because you didn't really talk about that as you were going through your comments, how it changes between the two.
I'm gonna let Nick kind of speak to his issues, and if you have questions after that, we'll try to answer them.
Thank you, Brian. I'll keep it very brief. As it's been mentioned, a traffic impact study was submitted to us just before the Planning Commission meeting in June, and we have given it a precursory review. It's not customary for us to get this at this point in time, but because we have received it, we did want to try to take a look and make sure that we had some idea of what the details of the impact study had in it. Just a reminder, we don't normally see these kinds of studies at this point because you guys have heard how changes have been made so often with this kind of plan for the zoning. And so we normally don't require these studies until we get to a site plan where we actually know truly what's being built. The zoning gives you some idea, but it's very rare that we get zoning that comes in and that's what we see that gets built 3 years later, 5 years later, because of just all of the things that could happen between now and then. So it's good to have what we have, though. We do have a pretty good idea of what the traffic will look like, and we're still working through our review. But at this point, we've identified some key things that we want some more information on, and want to dive deeper into the two major things. One has been brought up a couple times tonight, and that is the entry point to the existing boat launch area and how that interacts with both vehicular and pedestrian bicyclist activity that may occur there. So we want to explore that further. I want to understand what's happening there and if some improvements could or should be made. And then the other was mentioned tonight, but not as much as the boat launch area, and that is the intersection of Foxland Boulevard and Douglas Bend. And The study does perform an always stop warrant, and they show that an always stop is warranted, very much so. But if you go with an always stop, it shows the level of service of the intersection to drop from a C on average to a D. And it does show the most significant delay being that AM peak, the northbound direction on Douglas Bend. So that would be from the county side heading north going towards Nashville Pike. To be that particular phase or approach to be a level service F, which has a delay of over 50 seconds. So currently there's no delay there because it's not an always stop. But if you put an always stop, then that's the kind of average delay that you would expect in the AM peak. On the flip side, they did analyze what a roundabout style intersection would do at the intersection, and it was actually very favorable results. And I think that's something that we should strongly consider if it is a viable option from a construction standpoint. It looks like there's space from a right-of-way standpoint, but we don't know what the subsurface utility issues may be, grading. Again, we hadn't gotten to that level of detail yet, but the level of service for a roundabout intersection is an A. Average delay, even during peak hour, is 10 seconds or less. So from the standpoint of what makes the most sense to kind of eliminate or reduce the delay, the roundabout intersection is, excellent. So we want to explore those two things more, but that's just, again, a precursory review and a quick update as to where we are in the process. So we haven't given those responses back to the developers team yet because we want to get all the way through the review process, and that'll take us a few more weeks working with our consulting transportation engineer, and then I don't know, it may take them several weeks to a month or so to then respond to us. It usually takes a few months to get back and forth so that the engineers are in agreement on the same page. So with that said, I can answer questions, but I probably want to turn it back over to Brian, and he may have something else he wants to say, and then you could go back and forth between the both
Vice
of us.
Mayor Hayes has questions specifically for you, Nick.
Yeah, question on the Douglas Bend entrance, the new one they're putting in.
Yes.
How much of the median are they taking out right there?
I don't recall for sure. Just looking at this, I think that we're talking about 100 to 150 foot of storage. So the lane would be 100 to 150 feet, and then you're going to have a taper length of at least that amount. So I would guess.
Would it not be
200
better
feet.
to take out the whole median? That way you would have an open lane there instead of backing up that traffic coming in, trying to turn left in there?
They really didn't show a significant issue with delay making that turn. It wouldn't hurt.
Ladies and gentlemen, quiet, please.
I mean, it's not going to hurt. I would recommend, if you did, to still leave it as a contrast, like maybe not go back with asphalt, but have it be a concrete. It could be just an inch raised or something like that. But I do appreciate the way that it does kind of calm traffic through the area, and that's, I know, one of the reasons it was put in. The other reason, I think, is just simply for the aesthetic, the beautification piece. If you go back to what folks have talked about with the original concept and design, as you enter this area, it was meant to try to add some aesthetics, which is normally not what the engineer is arguing for. So.
Okay. And the other road that's coming in from like the boat ramp, that's just going to be a pedestrian bicycle path?
So you're referring to the old Douglas Bend bed? Yes, that's correct. That's the way that they are showing it currently. So Brian had the point
Gentlemen,
there.
I think it's important to compare the access from this plan to the previous plan. Because
to
what's currently
what the mayor
approved,
is referring to.
Your previous approved plan has an access on Douglas Bend here.
Foxland.
I'm sorry, Foxland Boulevard here. does not have the access on Douglas Bend here. And so the new plan would be providing an additional access down here, whereas it's already been approved to show an access on Fox, two access points.
And the original plan did have the access
They're
to the boat
eliminating-
ramp and the one, it did was the one dock on the approved plan or no?
Repeat your question?
Go back to the plan that's approved. I want to see where that dock lays with the public ramp. Was it out there? I can't see.
So you've got your approved access on Fox and Boulevard here. And then this was
Pedestrian.
still going to be pedestrian.
But
There was no connection.
But there would still, the public access still accesses one dock
Yes.
of the marina. That was my question.
That was not changing. Is that what you're asking? Yeah, that whole access point right there was still gonna remain.
Right. He hadn't finished his question. I interrupted apparently.
Yeah. Hey, Brian, one question for you. You said the existing condos were 68 feet? And they're
Yes.
asking for what? Did you say 60 for the condos and 75 for the multi-use?
They're
That's what
asking,
got
they're
approved at
asking
the
for
Plan Commission.
87 for both the mixed use and the condos.
But the Planning
Uh,
Commission,
But the current constructed buildings for Reverie Point are at 68 feet. So,
but you said that
but they
planning,
had been previously approved at 87 feet.
okay, but you said planning approved it at 60 and 75, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and then you think the parking is adequate?
It's not meeting the regulation, and so it's needing for you all to approve an amended
I mean,
parking plan.
I'm over there
but,
every other day. It's not easy to park. I mean, I know that, so.
So I think parking definitely could be something that you all look to try to help them figure out.
You had a question?
I do know golf cart parking or golf cart use is a fairly big deal that a lot of residents use in Foxland. So to provide the golf cart parking is a great, way to try to alleviate some of that parking. Bicycle, I don't know how many people would use the bicycle parking, but it might be available and be used by some as well, so.
Councilman Juvants, you had a question?
Yes, ma'am. Nick, I appreciate your optimism in a roundabout, but honestly, I don't see it like that because I got raised with roundabout in Europe. We have that everywhere, and honestly, when I enter a roundabout here, I'm scared because people don't know how to use roundabouts. So again, we go back to what's on the paper and what's going to happen in real life. So I don't share the same optimism on the roundabout part. And trust me, I went to probably one of the most dangerous roundabouts was in Paris at the Eiffel Tower. If you don't know how it is, just go on YouTube and look at it. It's pretty amazing. So, yeah, I don't think a roundabout's gonna work, but I'm kind of.
If you have a question, go ahead and ask that, but the debate probably should happen once we hear the presentation from the representative of the project.
Yes.
But I wanted to see if you had specific questions about what they just showed you.
That was my comment.
Yes, sir.
I don't know which one of you wants to answer it, but have I missed the traffic study somewhere, or has the council not been given that?
You don't normally see that. You can have it if you would like, but it's not normally included.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to ask again. Please be quiet. It's very distracting.
Traffic studies are required as part of an FMDP.
I understand
So
that.
at
And you also know
stage-
that I'm a proponent of seeing them early
Sure.
before the city and potentially the developer. It's not fair to the developer to invest 6 figures into plans if we see traffic issues. And I think the Lock 4 project, the Banksville Lock 4 proved that. That was very valuable to have that earlier. What do I need to do? One of you, just email you, Brian, or Nick, which one?
We can send that. We'll send it to all
Thank
of
you.
you.
Who did that traffic study?
Reagan Smith Associates. Reagan Smith Associates.
Civil engineers?
An engineering.
Of course, yeah, they do more than just civil engineering, but yes.
I didn't know. My only interaction with them has been civil engineering. I didn't know they did traffic.
Yes, they
as
have
well.
multiple traffic engineers in their group.
All right.
I actually have a question, Mayor. Item 8 on the package has said, because we're talking about missing documents, I agree with my colleague here that we should have traffic study before, and if I remember well, I got that passed for you guys, but the previous planner killed it. But item 8 is said, prior to pre-MDP approval, provide a stormwater memorandum that describes the proposed methodology of meeting the water quality and quantity requirements for these developments. I don't recall seeing that in the package. So do we have that, or, because that's a prior to PMDP approval, that's a staff comment.
So you're referring to conditions of approval?
Yes, sir.
So that would be something that's part of the ordinance language. That's the draft ordinance that you have in front of you. So are you just asking if that is available, or are you asking if those documents were submitted?
Yeah, do we have these documents? Because it says prior to PMDP approval, that's why we send it for approval for PMDP. So if I don't have a document which is required, I can't vote until I see that document.
I'm gonna defer to Nick, because that's documents that his department.
Yeah,
reviews.
maybe the language is confusing. We write conditions of approval, not necessarily to be satisfied before you see them. They're meant to be satisfied as a condition, if you pass it, that we would make sure that item is taken care of. So in this case, they have given us more information. And they've labeled some things on the plans they're looking to do, if I recall correctly. A lot of pervious pavement or pervious pavers in the parking stalls, I think, was one of the major things that they were looking to do. And they're also looking to do several mechanical separation water quality units as an effort to try to deal with the water quality requirements that we do have. So again, and we won't see those details until we get to the FMDP, but all they're required to do at this point is give us a concept, which that concept is a plausible concept that can satisfy our requirements.
Question?
Mr. Rose, I think this is for you. Help me with these building heights. The streets of Washington, D.C. are designed in such a way to confuse an attacking army, and it seems like this is set up to confuse. The MRO says the building height should be limited to 35 feet. Is that correct?
Both areas would be 35 feet.
But they're asking for an exception that says 87 feet for all buildings. But I'm hearing 4 60-foot tall condos and 2 75-foot tall mixed-use buildings.
Correct, and that's what the Planning Commission, again, had done in their recommendation. And that was, I would say, they failed to bring it up specifically and discuss voting on whether or not they would grant a higher height exception. So we went with the automatic deferral then as to what was originally included in the staff report from the original submitted plans.
That's where the 87 comes in.
The 87 feet comes in because they requested it later, and, so it didn't make it into our report and to our request that way. And since the Planning Commission didn't specifically bring it up, that additional height was not addressed during the Planning Commission meeting.
Is granting a variance, whatever it's called, common to be double what the MRO is calling for?
I mean, if you look at the past history on this project, in this area in Foxland, I would say it's feasible and plausible for you to grant it again as it's already previously been granted. However, I'll say that because I've got the existing Reverie Point buildings design up on the screen, because that was built only up to 68 feet, maybe that's the more acceptable and appropriate height that you would want to consider. It's up to you, but I feel like if it's already there with the Reverie Point buildings directly adjacent to it, it wouldn't be out of character with the new buildings that are proposed.
Any questions for clarity on the things that they're saying?
Yeah, just another question to see if we got that, because I remember, Mayor Brown, you asked actually twice at the planning meetings to have conceptual rendering on the elevation.
And that was because of the dry dock. That was because that dry storage was such a large building, and so I think when they took that out, they didn't, I still think that would be helpful to see the scale from both sides of both the Foxland side of the project, but also the 31 side of the project.
I agree with you on that one.
But yeah, I could not scale in my brain what that dry dock could potentially look like. I even was thinking, I want to see a 3D model, but they took it out.
That would be helpful if we had that before making any decision, so we can see how that looks, because I can't figure out the heights too, and
That's probably a good question when the representative is up there. Anything else for Brian and Nick for right now? And you can always ask them something again later, but may get more clarity as we go forward, or not. With that, I don't know who's here to represent the project. There he is. Name and address.
Good evening,
please.
Matt Huff, Gamble Design Collaborative, representing the applicant this evening. I've got a presentation to give, or I can answer questions if you'd like. You want me to go ahead and give my
I
presentation?
think you should go ahead and do the presentation, because you may prompt questions or
Understood.
answer questions.
Thank you. Good evening, again, Matt Huff, Gamble Design Collaborative. I appreciate this opportunity tonight to speak on a project that's been many years in the making. Foxland Harbor represents a rare opportunity to bring new life to our waterfront, thoughtfully blending public access, residential living, and commercial amenities in a way that complements the existing Foxland community and broader city of Gallatin. Let me start with a quick overview of what's being proposed. Foxland Harbor is envisioned as a mixed-use waterfront destination with three key components: a new marina on Old Hickory Lake, the first of its kind in almost 70 years, a neighborhood gathering space with shops and boutiques, and 112 luxury residential condominiums. This plan actually reduces the previously approved density from 280 units, as you heard previously, across two existing development plans, down to 112, while creating more open space, walkability, and waterfront character. At the heart of the development is a vision for a vibrant, walkable waterfront, a place where a community can gather, relax, and enjoy Old Hickory Lake. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has already granted a lease to allow marina construction, and we've shared with them the intent to remove the dry storage building and eliminate the previously proposed hotel. Instead, we're focusing on creating a high-quality neighborhood gathering space with local businesses. There will be no Burger Kings, no McDonald's, or mechanical bulls like you've heard floating around in the last few weeks. But what's actually being considered are things like ice cream, or sandwich shops, or coffee shop, a ship store, and possibly a small boutique. We believe this kind of programming is what will create an inviting space, not just for residents, but for neighbors and visitors to enjoy the lakefront in a family atmosphere. On the residential side, we're proposing 112 condominiums. These are intended for as-sale units, not hotel, not apartments. These are high-end residences with pricing on the upper end expected to exceed $2 million for select units. Before we finalize the architectural designs, we plan to hold a condominium workshop. At this workshop, we plan to gather input on things like floor plans and finishes, pricing expectations, rental restrictions, and construction phasing. There will also be restrictions regarding these rentals and potential leasing that will be established through recorded covenants. These covenants will be shared with the community once they're finalized. Parking has been a top consideration of ours. We've worked to provide excess parking by designing not just to the standard vehicular parking, but also golf cart and bike parking and also overflow areas, all to ensure that the needs of the marina users, the residents, and the visitors are fully supported. We've also heard community feedback, and you heard some tonight, about the access to the Foxland Clubhouse lot. Some residents have voiced concerns about connecting to the new development to the clubhouse lot directly. We're still open to the discussion on the topic, but we wanted to acknowledge that here tonight, that's something that's probably going to need some continued conversation going forward. In addition to site programming and parking, we're also making improvements to the physical appearance and function of the development, starting with the Foxland entrance. The current entry was constructed many years ago using excess shot rock due to steep grades. As we prepare to regrade and improve the site, the steepness is no longer necessary in this area. So we plan to remove the rock, replace the outdated Bradford piers, and install new stone retaining wall with enhanced landscaping. We believe this will be a major improvement, not just for the project, but for the neighborhood and the club overall. Regarding building height, we are agreeing not to exceed 87 feet height approved by the Reverie condo buildings to the southeast. This height is necessary to effectively incorporate structured parking below while retaining the views of the lake that make this a special place. And we want to emphasize that this height, and I think this is kind of important to remember, this height is measured from the tallest point on the building on the lake side of the building. So there will be significantly less visual impact on the street side due to the change in topography as you get further away from the water. In closing, we're excited about what Foxland Harbor can bring to the city. A revitalized marina and waterfront plan, a quality, high-end residential living, neighborhood-focused retail and gathering spaces, and site upgrades that respect and improve the existing neighborhood fabric. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I'd also like to speak real quick to that building height. So 87 feet, I think Brian mentioned, what was originally approved with the Reverie condos. So that's where we started. With the topo the way it is, we're calling it what we originally had in our plans was a maximum of 87 feet. If you've got a 3-to-1 slope going from front to back over 100 feet, you're talking about potentially, we're talking about a lot of drop in a short amount of time. So on the front, while on the back side you may have 87 feet, on the front side you may have 60 feet. So that's why we're asking for that distance, because it's measured on the low side.
I'm confused because he said Reverie was 68.
So, and I'll clear that up. Reverie was originally approved at 87 feet, and it was then changed to 68 feet, I believe is what it is. So we were aligning with the original approvals when we put these documents together. And then there was an error before in our submittal of the documents, and we reached out to staff, but we just reached out too late to get it changed.
Also, I'm sorry. I just want to clarify also for the requirement for height, it's measured from the lowest adjacent grade to the midpoint between the eaves and the ridge. So it doesn't go actually all the way to the highest point on the building. that measurement goes to the middle of the roof. You know, where the roof starts and where the ridge is, halfway up is where that measurement is calculated.
It's not like the tallest point, it's decoration on the top of the building.
Correct.
All right, questions for any of these folks, y'all?
I live in Fairview, so does my daughter, my family. We live on the lake, so I have a lot of concerns. And I think I need to listen to what the neighbors are saying also. I'm happy and excited about the idea of a marina, and a marina that we can all support, be something that we'd all like to see. However, I do have concerns. And the only person I've really talked to here recently on this proposal is Bobby Reed. I've known him for some time. The entrance is a major issue for me. I know that you didn't have time to prepare anything or a rendering of it. I think it would be beneficial if this thing moves down the road to bring something to show us what that entrance is going to look like. Also, I'm concerned about the height of the building. I'm concerned about the parking and the commercial spaces. One thing that I brought up the other day is the traffic, and I do want to see a traffic study, and I was first told that Reagan Smith was not somebody that really does traffic studies, but tonight they said they do have engineers, so I think you have to respect that, but I do want to see that. I'm concerned about vehicles coming off of Gallatin Road and stacking or bottlenecking in that short area from 31E to Foxland right there. That's some of the things that I would like to get answers to. I do appreciate pulling out the dry storage building and the hotel motel usage right there. I'd still have a few questions and concerns about the rentals coming into the area. I know that you guys already have permission and you can start building for the plans that you've got. However, I do like the idea of coming in off of Douglas Bend for another entrance and not really sharing that one with Foxland right there. I do have to piggyback on what Councilman Juvants did say. I drove my first time in a different country on a roundabout in a different side of the vehicle. Passenger side was the driver's seat, and on the opposite side with the blinkers and stuff, and I tell you what, I don't want to do it again. So I'll pretty much walk when I go down to my place down there.
Okay, I just have to say I'm kind of concerned about y'all's driving. Because first time I ever drove was roundabout. It was in England on the wrong side of the road, and I drive them all the time in Sarasota now.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just.
For me, the challenge was the
Very
opposite side of driving on the passenger side and the blinkers, and then when you go into a Burger King or a McDonald's down there, you have to go on the opposite side of the building, so that was challenging for me.
I get that there's a learning curve. I get that, but.
But you know, another thing that she brought up too, Mayor, was one of the audience members was the roundabout. I hope that if we travel this path and we do a roundabout, that it will be large enough to accommodate a truck and a trailer and our fire engines and all that.
It would have to be, because think about all the large vehicles that would access the back of the bend and the boats coming from the back of the bend. And
Because what Nick said is if we come to a full stop scenario, the grade level on it is a F versus a roundabout would be an A. But I'd still like to see some more information. But that's my concerns right there before I give my final vote on this, okay? Thank you.
Vice Mayor Hayes.
Yeah, another thing, I was going, what Sean said a second ago about the, if y'all can, by next week or whenever y'all come back again, have a drawing of what you're going to do at the entrance of Foxland. And another thing, I think what Mayor Brown and Councilman Juvants said about the elevation, can y'all get us something like that, showing the elevation from both sides, from coming to Hendersonville and from Foxland? on something like that. Another issue, Sean, you hit on this too, parking.
May I interject and say that I think that scale should show a comparison with the clubhouse and the other condos?
I think that would be great.
Yeah,
Mayor.
just because I think if it's just,
Okay. And nothing on the parking. I mean, I think it's great to have the golf cart parking, but maybe you could, scale that down by 20 and put 20 more for the automobile parking. Because when you're in Foxland, I know there's a lot of golf carts over there, but you don't see a lot of golf cart parking in that parking lot from other people.
Correct.
And maybe take some from the bike too. I mean, you got 40 bike spots, so, kind of get the car parking up at least, 30.
I'm not sure how easily that, or how we can do that without a pretty major change in the plan, but we'll absolutely look at it.
Yeah, definitely look at it.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do.
I have a feeling that parking is going to be a big issue.
And Craig, I'm over there every Sunday after church at Foxland Eaton, which, by the way, I love it. But a lot of times I'm parking out not in a parking place, I'm parking next to an island, my vehicle off to the side. So, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to come back to something I heard during public comments and what been bothering me since then. There was speaker number 5, Tom, I didn't got the last name, but who showed us something he got on supposedly on a document request from the city was an invitation for private, whatever private meeting was to show. So I didn't see that. I didn't got it. So I'm wondering why that was received on city emails and who attended that private show. And if any of you attended that private show, because why there was an invitation to show up on a document request on the city emails. Who got it, and if any of you attended that private show, because I didn't know about it, and that kind of bothered me.
there have been a lot of meetings around this project between the Corps and the developer. And I know I feel like I've been to 2 meetings, but I don't know who was invited to any of them. I mean, both times I went, I just kind of, well, no, one I actually did say some stuff. It was kind of more of a workshop, but the other one was a huge public meeting, and it was a lot of people. Like, I didn't stay long for that. I don't know which was which. I mean, truly. So, or who was invited. I don't have any idea who was invited to anything. And I mean, and I typically try to attend things.
I got an invitation in the mail.
I got an invitation. I would have went, but I was out of town.
I can't swim, but.
What?
What year was that invitation?
This year.
What? I feel like the core meetings were last year, and I mean, there's no telling what kind of emails have come across inviting various people to various things. I just truly don't know.
Matt, how much blasting is going to have to be done, to get you the elevation of the roof lines and all that?
It is, well, I'm the wrong guy to ask, and it's probably a little too early anyways for us to be able to determine that. I think at the FMDP stage, our engineers will start looking into that and figure all the details out with how it's constructed.
I mean, I got some concerns with it, and I don't really, I'm just kind of a normal dude here, but I got like you dredging of the lake and all that. Where's all that muck going? I mean, where's that going to be shoved to? And
right, and that's a conversation for the Corps to handle. And they, as I mentioned, they've approved construction of it here. They've done the tests. They've determined that it's a viable location for this. And
I know I work around the lakes and different places out Foxland. I've been out, all around, and they don't want you taking down a 3-inch tree, So they go dredge out the whole lake out here, and here we are, can't even take out a 3-inch tree. So.
I wish I could speak for them, but I can't. But what I do know is they have done extensive testing to determine this is a viable site before we had this opportunity.
I think that I know we have a person in the audience, Bobby Reed, that's got a lot of information. I think that he has a lot of conversations, more so than anybody in this room with Corps of Engineers. I think he might have some answers for you, Paul, if you want to try to pull him up here and let him answer some stuff.
It's up to Bobby if he wants to.
Well, before we do that, in that drawing, I would like to see the slip access removed where the existing public access is. Just to drop that density, and I mean, I'm open to dropping that density if you all are wanting to do that as well, but I just don't think those slips are necessary. And then two, I would want to see
That's
something.
not our, remember, the marina is core. I mean, what's on the water is the core. That is not, we don't get to say what the core does, or allows or approves.
Bobby, you mind coming up here? Bobby Reed?
Motion to suspend the rules.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, I mean, say aye, I'm getting sleepy. Approved is what I meant to say, Mr. Reed.
Could you tell us a little bit about the dredging?
Yes, it's addressing the dredging. It's worthy to note that I went back on my records, and I've done 18 dredging jobs already in Foxland and Fairview. Dredged, it's in the thousands of cubic yards that I've already dredged up for residential docks in those two developments. As far as dredging on our site, that was a big issue from day one with water quality, water depth, and the site for the marina. So we did our own topos, and then the Corps said they wanted to do one. And when the Corps did theirs, their comment to me was they had the most sophisticated water topo equipment in the world. And they went in there and did a water topo of our lease area, not part of it, our entire lease area that this marina sits on. And they determined that the water depth was adequate for a commercial marina and would require no dredging. So if we build that marina tomorrow, there will be no dredging required, and the water depth will average over 5 feet deep. So there is no dredging. So all these issues about dredging and spoils and environmental, it's a moot point. There is going to be no dredging. No dredging is required, and we don't intend to do any dredging. But if we did, it's already, Station Camp Creek has been dredged extensively in the past. So it's not going to be an issue with the Corps, or environmental, or any obstacles whatsoever. So I hope that answers the dredging question.
No dredging.
No dredging.
One thing I want to ask you, Bobby, and I know that you've been around for so long, but there's a document that I seen, and several of the people in the audience said that Leon Moore's vision was, I think, 68 slips or whatnot. But a document I seen that was an original document very early in this thing, I think in 2007, 2008, I thought it was more like 400 slips.
You know, when I heard that, I worked very closely with Leon Moore. In fact, I had the first meeting with Leon Moore to bring him that development. I brought him to the development. I was the first person to buy property in Fairview. I have the plan that Leon's vision was that the marina was an amenity to enhance the sale of real estate. Now, when I hear all about these 60-foot private boat docks, I may be wrong, but I was never involved in anything like that, and I'm shocked that it's out there and I'm not aware of it. It made me think it's some scrupulous realtor trying to make sales, because number one, there will never, ever be a private marina permitted on Old Hickory Lake. Since 1980, when they did their master plan, it's in there. We have two on this lake right now, the one in Hendersonville and Cedar Creek Yacht Club. There will never be another one. So that was just, for anybody to portray that there's going to be a 60 or 70 slip private marina put on Old Hickory Lake was misleading people. So I have a plan here that was done and accepted by the Corps in 2008. And they accepted this plan, and we would have built this marina. It shows 34 surface acres and 380 slips. And if the economy had not failed in 2008, this is what would be there right now. This is what would be in Station Camp Creek. it was going to get approved. I've seen maps in the Nashville District, the federal building of the lake and Big Circle future marina site with this plan on it. I mean, it was getting approved. But the reason it wasn't built is because the Corps come up and said the economy failed. And
That's what I was going to
And they
explain
said-
what happened with why nothing happened back then, because the Corps
Corps' comment
pulled back
was,
on everything.
We're not going to let a new entity of this size be permitted on government waters that has the potential to fail. So they withdrew the notice of availability for it, and we did not get to build it. So this is the real deal that I have right here. 34 acres and 380 slips approved by the Corps. And I don't know where all this 60 private docks comes from, but it was never going to happen. And this is Leon Moore's vision. And the reality of it is, this was first proposed at Fairview, where Jacob's Landing is. And then Leon got control of Foxland, and we moved it over there. So I don't know if that helps with anything, but that's the way it originally started.
I can verify some of what Bobby's saying. At one time, I owned a lot in Foxland, and that's what I was being told when I bought the lot. And I was told that by Leon and Bobby. So I know what he's saying. At one time, was the plan.
Well, I know that in 2006 or early 2007, the chief of real estate at Corps jerked me out of a meeting in Chattanooga and told me, tell Leon Moore, quit promoting this marina until we got a permit. Because this marina was on the literature then. So I don't know where the other came from.
Councilman Juvants?
I got one more question.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh, go ahead.
I challenge anybody here that's more knowledgeable, or thinks they're more knowledgeable about this lake than Mr. Reed. I've known Mr. Reed since 1977, and he's probably covered every square inch of this lake. I just like to ask your opinion. Are we overstocked with docks? I mean, marinas now, or do we need some?
That's not for us to decide.
Thank you. Again, not our purview.
The Corps had to make that decision. Now, I can tell you in what I have knowledge of, you compare all the lakes in the Nashville district, which I have done, and count the marina slips on them. Old Hickory Lake has less slips per mile than any lake in the Nashville district, any of them. And that goes from Lake Barkley to Lake Cumberland. And when I pitched this to the Corps' answer to me was, but Old Hickory and Lake Barkley is the only two that has residential docks. So out of all the Nashville district, all those lakes. Center Hill has about 60 or 70 that got grandfathered in from the 60s. But as far as allowing boat dock permits, Old Hickory and Lake Barkley's only two. But they did a feasibility study. We didn't do this. The Corps headed this. They did the feasibility study. They saw the need. They offered the NOA, the notice of availability for a new marina. And according to the Corps, now I'm not saying that what I'm saying is right. I'm saying what the Corps says. The Corps says that this lake is way underutilized as far as the amount of boat traffic it can handle right now. Now, that's the Corps' statement, not from me. The Corps also said that, as we've all stated, there's not been a new marina put on this lake since 1970. Well, I think there's two that's disappeared since I've been working on this lake that no longer exist. So two have gone and none have come. They also made the statement to me that this will probably be the last new marina permit ever given in the Nashville district again. Now, with that said, that doesn't mean that they won't increase lease areas to the existing marinas. One on Delhi Lake just got another 80 surface acres of expansion to an existing marina. But as far as new permits, I really believe this will be the last one that'll ever go out.
Bobby,
Whoa. Councilman Juvants has been waiting to ask a question.
Thank you, Mayor. I never had a headache in my life until I start looking at that. And they give me a headache, and a pound of coffee later, I still have no idea what's going on, honestly. So it's a stupid question, okay? The Corps gonna approve or not approve the marina, but the city approve the use. So basically, if the city doesn't approve a marina use, the Corps cannot approve the marina, or the Corps still can approve the marina even if the city doesn't approve the use.
Now what, and I don't understand, I'm sorry.
I understand what he's saying.
Okay.
The marina's going to get built, regardless what decision is made here tonight. The marina's going in. The city has no control over that.
Oh, you were saying what use, okay.
Yeah, use.
I don't understand, I mean.
We understand.
Okay, I'm gonna let you answer.
Because
I mean,
I was reading the history, and that's why I'm trying to figure out what's going on there. On the history, there is, on the package, they say, discussion of including marina at this site are on a record since the original Foxland at Fairview Master Plan in 2005, that's what you have been saying. Also, staff could not find any ordinance formally approving the use for the marina. This plan mentioned but does not approve the marina use within the new master plan, not in the files, acknowledge that an amendment to the master plan will need to occur to establish the marina use. So what are we talking about here when we're talking about the marina use?
What are you reading from? Staff report?
Yeah, staff report.
Brian?
master development plan was approved. Okay,
No.
sorry. What year?
Original approval for the Foxland Harbor master plan did not include marina as part of the approval of it. It's been contemplated, and the Corps has approved a marina for that area since all the way back to 2008. But the city did approve in 2023 for the use, intermediate use, or any intermediate impact to be a use that was allowed as part of the city's zoning ordinance. So with that, plus with the Corps' approval of the marina, it is a use that is allowed to be built now. There's no more determination by city council or any city body that the marina needs to be, to go through an approval. Is that giving?
Yeah, because
answer you're speaking?
I was surprised to to hear about that for the first time when I went to the planning, and that never, 2022, when they approved an amended PMDP, FMDP, including the marina site, it's basically a change of use. So that should be a major amendment and come in front of us.
But it's not on our property to approve of use. Does that make sense? I mean, the marina's on the water. That's not our authority. I mean, it's not, I can give this example, and I could be wrong. Mr. Reed, you might know too. I know that several years ago there was an extension at one of the local marinas. There was nothing that the city weighed in on, nothing. I mean, it just happened, and there we were, and this comes with a plan on land, but the existing marinas, they just do what they do.
Also, I think it's slightly a misnomer to call this project the Foxland Harbor Marina, because this project is not about a marina, it's about residential uses and mixed uses on land, not on the water. It's associated with the marina, but it is not.
And the name of the development is Foxland Harbor, so there's that.
So basically, Councilman Fino, who have lake access, could go to the Corps and ask authorization for the Corps to build 100 sleep on his access, and the city would have no say on that?
Or wouldn't allow that.
No, but
It would be,
I don't think
it
you
would
can
be a
just
core,
randomly
it would be a core decision for
Yeah, I
sure.
don't think you can randomly submit anything but a private boat dock to the Corps. They only, don't you have to wait until they do the request for applications before you can submit for marina? I don't know all the processes. I probably should not even comment, but.
I would like to ask just one more question. I think that maybe Bobby Reed could answer, and this is more of a Corps of Engineer question because I know they have the final say-so what's going on in the water and stuff, but I'm getting a lot of people, even when I was on the lake Saturday and Sunday, people was coming by my house or talking to them. They was real concerned about the traffic and the rough water. I know this marina's going in, but in your opinion, in what I'm asking you is this water going to be real rough on that side, or are they going to lay it down and control the speed? Or
Well, first, let me say this. Marinas are a very seasonal business. All marinas run from Memorial Day to Labor Day. After Labor Day till March, it's mainly just fishermen. I mean, it's school's out, kids are out, everybody's going to the lake. It's a summertime event. It's a dead horse 8 months out of the year. I mean, that's just the best way to put it. But to answer the question about the boats and the wake, TWA is the one that regulates that, not the Corps. TWA says what no wake zones are, and they're the one that monitor. They're the police on the water, not the Corps. The Corps doesn't write tickets and carry badges for boaters. They'll write you a citation for cutting a tree or your boat dock being the wrong size. But TWRA handles everything else. So in our talks with TWRA, we get to put a no-wake buoy out 300 feet beyond our lease area. Now, naturally, we immediately asked for more. And when we asked for more, they said that that would not likely happen unless there was accidents in the lake there that justified it, or it became a congested area that so dense that it justified that. But they would allow us to go as much as a half mile beyond the 300-foot no-wake buoy outside our lease area with informational buoys in the channel that could say things like caution, slow, be
Noise.
careful, and slow people down. And, you know, I made my living on this lake for over 30 years. We got 440 miles shoreline, 20,000 surface acres. I don't understand why everybody wants to get in Station Camp Creek. You know, when I lived in there and when I had my boat dock behind my house in Fairview, well, I got out of there as quick as I can get. You know, I didn't hang around in there. It's a big lake. I mean, it's a beautiful lake. So I think that you'll find that instead of everybody's boat docks getting washed out of the water and their shoreline getting deteriorated, once this comes to be, you'll see that there may be more boat traffic. It's foolish to say there won't be. But as far as use, now I've been a partner in 2 marinas. I've built several marinas. To this day, I'm at marinas every day of my life. I mean, I have 3 slips rented in a marina right now. So I'm around marinas. I know what the traffic is. This week, nobody's at the marinas. Look at them yourself. After 4th of July weekend, they've had all the fun they want. They've gone home. They ain't coming back for a while. I mean, it's not what you envision. It's not every day. And as far as maintenance on boats, I heard all that. I mean, there's boats that sit in marinas that never get moved. I mean, they pay the rent on 5 or 6 years, they never even get moved. And that's not just a small number of them, that's a lot of them. And so I feel like I'm familiar with marinas, I'm familiar with marina traffic, And I've been around them all my life, and it's the fear is not reality of what everybody's feeling. It's a seasonal product, and these boats, I think that people think that every weekend 100 boats is going to shoot out of Station Camp Creek on them. Well, that's just not the case. You know, that's just not the way it's going to be. And I can assure them that. And with our no-wake zone and our information buoys, I think it'll be an improvement and not a degradation of the traffic in Station Camp.
Thank you, Bobby. I appreciate you.
I'd like to say one more thing. This marina, the way it's being constructed, we did a pro forma cost, and I like for things to justify the expense of them. When we started building this marina, we could have saved at least $1.5 million to $2 million on the construction cost of it, and it would have been the same marina. And no, it would look just like all the rest of them. But the developer doesn't want that. He wants 12-foot walkways. He wants hip roofs. He wants golf cart accessibility. He wants cul-de-sacs on the docks for the golf course to turn around on and bring you from the parking lot to your slip. It's nothing but high-end, high quality. It's the nicest, it'll be the nicest marina I have ever built or been on when it's complete. And to think that he would do anything to lessen the quality of that development, I just don't see how anybody can see it. He is overspending on this marina to make it the highest quality marina I've ever been exposed to. Just for aesthetics, not for functionality, but just for the aesthetics of it.
Yeah, too quick. Sorry, no offense, but I haven't grew up here, so I know Councilman Fino called you, but you're talking about building the marina. What's your, are you working with them? Are you a consultant?
I am a consultant to Bob Goodall.
Okay, thank you. And the other one is for the parking. I know you brought up the parking, but a staff who came is that, you know, if you have a restaurant there and a shop, someone who's going to pull his boat from the water, maybe you're going to want to go to the restaurant there. So they're going to have to park a trailer and a car there. Is there accommodation for that on a parking plan, or is that something you plan to do, or how's that going to work?
People that come from water?
Yeah, if someone, I'm on the water, actually I don't have a boat, but...
we do have accommodations for that in our plan, yes.
Getting back on parking, also, you know, the people here really are concerned about the 87-foot up, and I think I'm saying this right. If you was sticking at 68-foot, which you're permitted for, then that would take care of some of the parking issue, wouldn't it?
Because
parking is based upon how many units and all that kind of stuff. So if the height wasn't all the way up to 87 foot, then that would cure some of the parking problems.
Potentially, what you're saying makes sense. I just don't know when it's all actually constructed, what height is it going to take to get the number of units we're talking about?
Right.
Not restricted at all.
I wish if we make it further down the road, if you could go to the developer and see if he'd be willing to stick at the 68 foot rather than asking for more.
Understood.
This was discussed at Planning Commission, but it was brought up again tonight. You all had said that there would be absolutely no boat trailer parking on the site. I think you reinforcing that and
Yes.
how you intend to enforce that would be valuable.
Yes, the intent is for there to be no trailer parking on site. You could park your boat at the dock to go into, if you were pulling out, you could, in this situation that was described, I can't remember who described it, you could park your boat, come in, and then take your boat out afterward, but you could not put it on a trailer and then park it in the parking lot.
Or leave an empty trailer there.
Certainly not,
Once you've put your boat in a dock.
That's a no.
So that's kind of defeat the purpose, because if I'm here having a good day and I want to grab a bite, if I can't, you know, I don't know, if I had a boat and pull my boat out and say, yeah, I want to grab a bite, I can park there.
Now, that's at the public access where, yes, the boat would go back on the trailer and leave with that vehicle. I'm talking about the boats that are left in the marina. They don't want the boat trailers that originally brought those boats to the lake, like somewhere else where there's a bunch of boat trailers lined up. They need to go home with that person or some other site.
How are you going to enforce that? How are you going to figure out who's there and who's not there, whose trailer it is?
Well, there's not going to be a trailer without a vehicle attached unless that boat is in the marina.
But there is a public ramp there.
But that would have a vehicle attached to a trailer if it's a boat that's on the water. I don't understand the confusion about it.
I go on the lake with my boat, I'm having fun, I come back, I'm going to pull my boat on my trailer on the public ramp, okay? I see that beautiful restaurant or shop or ice cream there. I want to go grab an ice cream. Where do I park? I'm not going to go home, unlock the trailer, and come back.
When you go on the, when you take a boat to the lake and you spend the day out on the lake, you leave that trailer attached to your vehicle parked in the
understand.
lot. When you come off the lake, that boat goes back on that trailer that is attached to that vehicle. If you are that person that is launching your boat just for the day, then you walk over to the restaurant and eat in the restaurant. The public launch does not say you can't have a boat trailer.
Another option that I see at all days, I know what you're asking, Pascal's. A lot of times, even though I've got a boat and a boat lift at my house, if I go to All Daddy's to eat and I'm down in that area right there, I'll be able to tie up that boat to that dock and then go in the restaurant and visit. So what I'm saying to you is if you come off the water, if you want to just keep your parking spot and you're worried about losing your parking spot at the public access, I would certainly feel that the docking mechanism that's going to be there on the lake, you'll be able to tie your boat up, go in there and eat what you want to do, and then come back out, then load your boat up and go.
There's always a public dock component so that boats that come from some other part of the lake have some way to access that.
They'll be able to tie up on that. Okay.
Yes, there's transient parking. There's parking available for people who don't have a slip there, aren't necessarily getting gas right now, are just there to go to the restaurant. So you park your boat there, then get your boat out of the water later, after you eat. One way you could do it.
That's all I had. Can we take a break before opening discussions between us?
Let me knock something out real quick, if you don't mind. I need to ask Susan a question, if you don't mind. We got a couple emails and stuff that said a couple of us need to recuse yourself if you have a personal relationship with a developer. Said you will make it easier for the vote to be challenged in court. So can you explain that to people that they, about a business relationship, personal relationship?
Well, a personal relationship, so in our code, in the Gallatin Municipal Code, we have an ethics code, and you've all been trained on that. And so if you have a personal interest, that's defined in our code. And a personal interest is related to a financial, an ownership, or an employment interest. So being friends with someone is not a personal interest where you would have to recuse yourself. A recusal is a personal, basically a financial interest in some respect. And that doesn't go just for, as you know, for this project, that's for all projects. There's also some state law about contracting where you would have to recuse yourself. And, you can't have a contract with the city, but if you had a contract with the developer on this project, obviously you're going to have to recuse yourself.
Well, Susan, I was going to talk to you, but I don't mind bringing it out in the public at all. But I am a company owner with Randy Isaacson.
He is not associated with
No, I
this.
called him today and made sure that he have any investment with his brother, Rick Isaacson, or Sue or Monty, or Bob Goodall in this development, and I was told absolutely not. So I felt that I was still...
I appreciate you bringing that up and disclosing
See you
that.
looking at me, so...
But no, that would not be a personal interest in this project where you would need to recuse
I
yourself.
certainly don't want to get involved into a lawsuit.
Nor do I want you to.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Hayes?
Yeah, and I've had that request over here too. So you all, we are going to take a 10-minute recess and reconvene, actually 11-minute recess. We will reconvene at 8:45. Now that means take a seat. We're reconvening the meeting. Everybody made it back. All right. Okay, continuing discussion.
I make a motion to discuss.
Okay. Motion to discuss by Councilman Juvants.
Second.
Second by Councilman Alexander. Floor is open.
Vote? No?
We need to vote on
Oh, sorry. Do not count on me to be firing on all cylinders right now. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Open for discussion. Councilman Juvants, you recognize.
Thank you, Mayor. I probably have attended the same amount of meeting that you did because I was at the planning, and I heard all the concern and the main. I think you can grab a seat now.
Oh, Brian.
Yeah, you.
Done with him?
Oh, you want me to sit down?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Be my pleasure. Thank you.
I just don't want to keep you standing for no reason.
Please don't leave. It is likely they will have you for questions, but thank you.
We have a few concerns, and I have the same. One of the major concerns is traffic. So I've been a proponent of getting a traffic study up front for big development like that, and I was surprised to hear that actually citizens got traffic study and we did not. So I like to look at it, and I heard the concern of our engineer where he wants more answers than we have. So I think I'm going to make a motion to postpone until we have a real traffic study in front of us, so we can make sure that we don't put the cart before the horses. I'm an equestrian, I have to put that out. Before voting on something and there's going to be changes again, and we have no idea of what's going on the traffic. I think traffic back there, it's already a problem. So, yeah, I make a motion to postpone until we get a traffic study in front of us. And until...
Is the motion to defer for a specific period or specific date? What is
Nick,
your motion?
how much time you think you need? Because I think you say weeks, months.
I'll send you the traffic impact study that was submitted tonight.
No, but you were talking about getting more answers.
Oh, to have something that we will approve, I don't know. It just depends on how many iterations that we would need to go back and forth with our review and response.
Are we talking about that one? For that one?
I can give you what is submitted now, and happy to do that. I cannot tell you exactly when we would have one that we would call approved.
I think a month, 1 month. So to, not the next work session, but the one after.
August 12th.
August 12th? Yeah?
Yes.
August 12th.
That is the date.
We've got the 5 Tuesdays this month.
And this is for the traffic study.
This is for the whole ordinance.
He's deferring, I think, yeah.
And he's got some
Second.
drawings.
Was there a second?
Yeah, and that will have time to get the drawings, to look at to leave them time to get with the parking, was asked by Councilman Hayes, and so the motion, and there is a second.
What? Oh, you're seconding that? Okay. We have a motion and a second. Huh? Councilman Alexander said he did. Any discussion about deferring?
Question, well, we got work session, we got, when would first reading be if we did? Next week?
What now?
First reading.
It would be next week, yes.
Then we would have public hearing in 2 weeks or 3?
Is there a public hearing?
We got off week.
Is there a public hearing between first and second reading for this? Okay. Okay, and so that would be 2
First
weeks
week in
later.
August.
Yeah. So
Then we would
first-
have second reading the
the
second,
19th.
third,
The
yeah,
19th.
something like that. Okay, all right.
But I think that more discussion. I want to have that before I can have more discussion, pushing it, saying, hey, we're going to have time because we're going to have first reading and we're going to have public hearing. And I think everything should be linked from the start. We should have all the answers before we go to the rest of the process. And that's how I function.
I think that there is something that we need to know because you have walked up there. So
I know we talked about this a little bit earlier. Councilman Alexander brought it up. This is not.
There is no motion to open the floor, ma'am.
may I have a motion to open the floor to hear
Motion to
what the
suspend
representative
rules.
has to say? Motion second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to point out again that this was not, the traffic study is not a requirement of the PMDP. It sounds like it may be on track to becoming a requirement of the PMDP phase, but at this point, it's only required at the FMDP stage, which is why you didn't get it as early as you would have liked. But that's just how it's.
But the requirement in the code is 35 feet max area, and you ask for an exemption, so I'm asking for an exemption to get a traffic study
Yes.
before we talk about it.
Yes, sir. And we've provided a traffic study earlier than required in order to be reviewed. It just hasn't been reviewed yet. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. I do want to point out there is an approved preliminary master development plan that should this not come back or whatever, that stands with no traffic study and exactly as it was drawn in the approved plan. So that's.
Yeah, but it looks like that's not what they want. So if they wanted that, they would not be here. They would already be building what, so.
I understand, but I think, and the reason that I felt strongly at the planning commission level was that I think that access is going to be very, very different. And that access is not going to be required by a traffic study.
When I hear our engineer was talking about service level F, I know we don't have service level requirements. We're talking about that for years and it's still not there. But when we have going from A to F, that's a big concern to me and looks like it's a big concern to the people who live there. So I would like answers before doing anything else.
Mayor?
I don't think you're catching my point, that traffic impact exists with both projects.
No, I'm catching your point, ma'am. But
Okay.
If they, like
That's
I
fine.
said, if
That's
they
fine.
wanted to do.
That's fine. I'm not debating with you. Councilman Alexander.
The other PMDP they have approved, it was approved by council or just the planning commission?
That was a planning commission change
It has not
because,
been before this council?
yeah,
Because it was part of the
master
master
development
for
plan.
the area. Okay, thank you.
Question. Hey, can I ask Nick, where's Nick? What, can you have that done in 2 weeks?
I think it's possible for us to have our review complete and those comments sent back to the consulting engineer, but as far as their response, I don't have any control over that.
Nick,
But I know that we'll require a resubmittal. There are just too many questions right now, so we won't have it approved in 2 weeks. I'm positive of that.
Gotcha.
So this traffic study is being submitted to you by Reagan Smith, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So are we, the city, paying Reagan Smith for this traffic?
No, but we do have a separate, as has been mentioned, a third-party consulting firm that we use to review their traffic impact study.
So we'll be doing that too?
Yes, it's already been given to our traffic engineer. Neil Schaefer Incorporated is the name of the company that we have on contract.
Any further discussion about the motion to defer? All in favor of deferring until, wait, did somebody?
Roll call, please.
I'm sorry?
Roll call.
Oh, I don't see the purpose in that. I'll call for a roll call for a motion to defer. He's asked for a roll call. Let's make him happy. Do the roll call. Ms. Kittrell?
Vice Mayor Hayes,
Yes.
Councilman Alexander,
Yes.
Councilman Carter,
Yes.
Councilman Fan,
Abstain.
Councilman Fennell,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Yes.
and Councilman Juvants.
Yes.
See, a voice vote would have been so easy to determine. All right, deferred until August 12th, work session. All right, get back to my agenda. Move now to item 2, which is ordinance 02507-41. I'll introduce Mr. Rose to start all over on another project to present to you all this evening.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Slides here. So this is the Wedgwood Townhomes project. This is a request to rezone 2 lots totaling 10.18 plus or minus acres from the R15 Medium Density Residential District to the MU Mixed Use District with a preliminary master plan, development plan for the Wedgwood Townhomes located south of Red River Road and east of Highway 109. Proposal is to build 72 townhomes within this property. The layout looks essentially like this. You've got Wedgwood Drive that runs up through the middle of it, and then you have a couple of parallel alleys that would feed your garages for the access to the units. But that would allow for Wedgwood Drive to not have any driveway access onto it, creating conflict points for folks backing out. The proposed project consists of 13 buildings with 4 to 7 units per building. There's also, I'll just mention, a reserved area for a small commercial site right there. The proposed density for the project would be 8.78 units per acre. Plan Gallatin recommends density between 5 and 15 dwelling units per acre in this location. And the applicant has provided garage designs for their parking units. So each lot will have a driveway off the alley. And then in addition to that, they have provided 38 additional parallel parking spots dispersed throughout the site. Buffer yards and stormwater will meet the city's ordinance requirement. Architectural elevations at this point do not meet the 70% brick stone requirement, although they have proposed in the PMDP that 50% of the units will meet the 70% brick stone requirement, and the other 50% will be 20% brick stone. So this would require an approval of an alternative architectural plan. Planning Commission voted on June 23rd, 2025 by a vote of 5-0 to recommend this plan to the city council. And with that, I'll turn it back to you.
A representative from the project here to present.
Evening, Ms. Mayor. Cal Gentry, Civil Land Company applicant. We made a few changes from our original proposal. After talks with engineering, we added we extended the full road cross-section, 2 lanes plus a turn lane plus on-street parking from the existing Wedgewood and the Winston Place subdivision up to Highway 25 to align with the Nexus access. Part of that, you get 2 full left turn movements in the roadways that are stubbed back to the west towards 109 and kind of that corner everyone assumes will be a little more commercial. So we've taken a road that was not really intended to be a collector on the long-range transportation plan, provided that collector now with this plan, and been able to keep the driveways off of it. So we feel like we've addressed some of the bigger concerns. The owners had meetings with the neighbors talking about buffering and screening on the commercial side, as well as we have kind of a smaller unit that is on the side adjoining the existing single family to lessen that impact. Other than that, I'm just here to answer any questions.
Council?
Mike?
When y'all add all them extra roads and stuff there, the runoff, does that make you retaining pond? Man, I'm sure y'all got retaining ponds and all this, right?
Yes, sir. How do we get? Thank you. Let's see. There we go. There's an existing pond that was built in the adjoining neighborhood for future expansion of onto this property, but we've also reserved a large portion of the area here for stormwater. That's kind of where it all comes together.
Funnels down.
Yes, sir, but we feel good.
I just know that some of these floods we have now is just it's a flood. It's not a regular rains, you know. So, but I've seen where Merrill Street's on down the road.
Yes, sir.
People, you know, the houses digging them out of the yard and everything else down there. So, I just didn't want to flood them people out down there on the bottom, you know.
Nick won't let me do that.
Right?
Yeah.
He better not. Thank you.
Did y'all talk about the connectivity that the lady expressed, talked about earlier, what the planning commission did, et cetera?
Yes, ma'am. Engineering had requested, let me go back one more. 2 more. To reorient you, this is Red River, 25, 109, and then this is Wedgewood, and this is our development. Bernhardt Drive here turns into Star Court, turns into Paisley. Off Wedgewood, Winston Way comes into the existing Summerlin Drive as a cross connection. Engineering had brought up connecting the roads here at Bernhardt and here as well at Paisley. And after discussion at the Planning Commission, they decided to remove those 2 conditions. They felt, I don't want to speak for anyone, but there is an existing connection here, and we as developers didn't feel like it was fair to dump more traffic through this neighborhood, because as people will line up for the red light here, as it backs up, they'll peel off and go back through the neighborhood to try to get around the red light. We just felt like that was being too intrusive into the neighborhood.
Councilman Alexander.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So to the east of this property, there are single-family homes.
Yes, sir.
To the south of this property, there are single-family homes. And so we're introducing townhomes to this area. And I know to the west, we just discussed annexing that property.
Yes, sir.
As well as the 14 acres on the corner. I don't know if this is for Mr. Rose. Are there plans for that, those properties that you know of?
I can't give you any more information that, other than we haven't received any sort of plan for development on that property. The only property that needs to be annexed is that 1 5-acre piece. The rest is already annexed.
Correct. I understood that. It just, a
Yeah, we have
couple
not.
weeks ago, we dealt with it, and then here it shows up the property right beside it.
Sure. We've not received any sort of plan for.
Thank you.
And that's something that I'll address later in the presentation for the 5-acre piece,
Oh,
because
for
that's
the
on the
Frank
agenda.
property. Thank you.
Ms. Bates? I saw you starting to stand up, so I suppose you have something for us.
I just wanted to share with you in terms of future plans. We get calls probably every month, sometimes more often, about the opportunity to develop the corner. And most people want to develop it commercially, and they can't develop it until this connectivity, at least the extension of Nexus Boulevard, is made over to Highway 109. And if this development were to go into place, it would then also, and if you were to annex the adjacent property, then that road up near Red River would extend over into what we would like to see as commercial and not residential. And I'm not talking necessarily about a convenience store or fast food, because the way 109 and Highway 25 are, you can't, their access will have to be, the access to the property that's being mowed, or is now, I think it's hay or corn right now, wouldn't be necessarily be accessed off of Red River Road. It would have to come off of Nexus and over to the west.
Talking about that property, here?
Up at the corner of 109 and Highway 25. That we've had a lot of interest. I just wanted to be very transparent. We've had a lot of interest in that, and
Appreciate that.
She's talking about this little stub out here would be the second access point besides whatever access you might be able to get. That would go across, and then this street also would connect, so that'd be a third access point.
Mr. Alexander, if I can reply to your question, we are the ones that have requested the annexation on the adjacent property. Mr. Frederick lives there. No intention of leaving anytime soon for any reason. He wanted to get it annexed, and he likes what we're doing and wanted to kind of be ready as that expanded.
Did you explore single-family homes?
Yes, sir, we did. We ended up on a townhome development because we felt like it was a better transitional use between single-family and what we fully expect to be commercial up there on the corner. But when we laid out the single-family, it's very hard to get the block depth set up without, so you don't end up with driveways on that connector. By being able to do the townhomes and doing the rear load, we were able to keep that Wedgewood Drive completely drivewayless, and to collector standards based on what the engineering department wanted.
Thank you, Cal.
Yes, sir.
Did you change? Thank you, ma'am. Do you add more units by removing the two stub outs, Bernard and Paisley?
I think we would end up with probably about the same. We might lose one. We might be able to work it out.
Yeah, I'm like Councilman Alexander. I'm not, that property was initially approved to have single family. So I think we have plenty of townhouses everywhere. I'm not really happy about the townhouse. And how about you asking an exemption for the bricks?
That exemption was asked for just to give it character. We felt like if it was all just brick, it would be a little monotonous. So we've got some hardy-sided units mixed in as well. And this was originally planned to be expanded as single-family. That was before the Nexus development, and they decided to run Wedgwood up and turn it into a collector. That forced the change in kind of the plan on this site.
And my always same concern is when I look at that is open space, because all I see is, row of houses with nothing else. There is no open space. The open space is on a buffer around, and couple of mark as open space on, at the end of the row. So I'm just always thinking of if I was living here, I have kids. We talk a lot about micro park and all that stuff now. There is nothing there. That means if I live on that side, there's nothing there. It's just row of houses. So I don't like, we need more open stuff. But I want to make sure the connections are gone to Burnout and Paisley. They're gone. There is no more road connection to Burnout and Paisley.
Our plan was approved this way by the Planning Commission. They removed the two conditions to make those connections made by engineering. So we are not making the road connections based on the way this is moving forward.
Okay. Because I still see it there, so I was wondering to make sure.
I'll add to that. This development would be in my district, in District 5, and I do like that it's another option for people that are looking to become homeowners, and quite frankly, it may be a more affordable option than a traditional single-family home. And then too, it's connecting somewhat to Nexus, and there are townhomes in those one of the Nexus developments as well. And then too, with the connectivity that's going on, it could possibly connect to those Nexus developments with walkability to the Civic Center for these families, and then walkability to Clearview Park as well at some point.
Thank you.
I just have one more question. It's a detail, but can you put, I don't know, that was page, the C201 up. Do you have that there? C201? On the purpose note, there is a different number of townhouses that was submitted on the approval. So I want to make sure we have the same number. It's so small in there.
If there's a discrepancy, we can work that out with staff.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's on C201 on the purpose note somewhere. Thank you, sir.
Anyone else with questions, discussion? Anyone want to make a motion?
Motion to send it on the council.
By Councilman Carter.
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Hayes. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
Passes moves forward to council 5-2. Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 3, which is ordinance 02507-42. It's going to be Mr. Rose again. I'll go ahead and read it. I didn't read the last one. I should have. An ordinance of the City of Gallatin zoning 11.965 acres to the PGC Plan General Commercial District, 33.167 acres to the Mixed Use District, and 38.683 acres to the R10 PRD Medium Density Residential Planned Residential District, and approval of a preliminary master development plan for the Station Camp Master Plan on 5 parcels totaling 83.82 acres north of Highway 386, west of Big Station Camp, authorizing blah, 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 the standard language.
Thank you, and I apologize, I didn't stand up fast enough, so I made you read all that.
No, I meant to last time, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So I'll just repeat briefly, but it's a rezoning request for 11.965 acres from no zoning to PGC Planned General Commercial, 33.167 acres from no zoning to mixed use, and 38.63 acres from no zoning to R10 PRD medium density residential. The total of that is 83.82 acres for the entire project. This is a conceptual layout for the PMDP. Your single-family residential occurs in the back of the project here. You have your townhomes that kind of line that little area, kind of separating it between that and your senior living, which is this building here. Then you have your apartment complex to the left on that side and some retail here. And then you just have a medical office structure right there. This is directly adjacent to where you have your emergency room at Sumner Station, which is just adjacent to the freeway. And currently their access comes out and is just a driveway, but does align with this intersection here across the way into McCain Station. As part of the Planning Commission's determination and discussion, that was a big discussion point where we felt that it would be very important to make that intersection, instead of it being a private driveway for the hospital, that it be a public road access, and that they obtain whatever easements and access necessary to be able to make that into a public road. So they did obtain that access, that legal right to be able to create a public road access at that location. And so currently the design would have it be so you can kind of see it where instead of this driveway going all the way up, it now tees in to the public road right there, and then the public road access curves into the site this direction. Another key discussion point, and let's see, I'll see if I can get to a plan that shows. So, and this kind of outlines your zoning as well, but this plan page at least has been updated with a road access to the south on Lower Station Camp Creek Road. That was another condition of approval that staff felt was very important, so that the project had access here. They have another access point to the north, but these two were going to be too close together really to provide good access for the entire project. So we felt that it was very important to provide something there. And that's about the best spot where you can cross. You've got Station Camp Creek down in this area. So, but this gives you the tightest, best crossing over a floodplain area. So, because Station Camp Creek Road is all located in the floodplain. So the MU district requires a minimum of 3,000 square feet per unit, or 14.52 units per acre. Developer has proposed 3,023 square feet per unit, which is 33.17 total residential acres, with 478 total units, including the 130 units that are senior living units. That represents a total density of 14.41 units per acre, which is just under the requirement. The R10 PRD district requires a minimum of 25% open space, at least 50.59% of open space will be provided within that R10 PRD area. And that's mainly because, again, you have a very large portion of the property that is within a flood zone. Parking will be provided in accordance with the proposed uses and would be compliant with our ordinance. Buffer yards are also being provided in accordance with the proposed zoning and their adjacencies. Architectural elevations have been conceptually provided, oops, go back, as part of the pattern book that the developer provided. So you'll see for the single-family residences, these are the pattern architectural designs, and then your different uses along. There's your townhome project. There's your senior living. There's your medical office. There's your multifamily and your retail. So just to give you a flavor of the architectural character, those images have been provided in order to give you that idea. They would not meet the basic design criteria of the Gallatin zoning ordinance for 70% brick stone, so they would require an approval of an alternative architectural plan. The owner and applicant also has requested an exception to the height limits for the multifamily senior living, retail office, and medical office buildings. The applicant's requesting a 50-foot maximum building height for the residential units and 55-foot maximum building height for the commercial buildings. With that, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Ms. Rose is representative for the applicant here.
Kelly Hyatt with Maris, 1222 Demumbrium, Nashville, Tennessee. So thank you all for your time tonight. I know it's a long meeting. I'll keep it brief, but as Mr. Rose outlined, we are proposing a mixed-use development right at the intersection of Vietnam Veteran, I guess a property over from Vietnam Veterans and Big Station Camp Boulevard. This proposed development is consistent with the planned Gallatin and what you guys envision for this area. We would be contributing to improvements along Big Station Camp Road. As he also mentioned, the Planning Commission was very concerned and wanted to make sure the proper items were in place for the to connect to our development to a full access at the signalized intersection that is being put in with McCain Station. And we have secured that document and provided that to planning. With that, I'll keep it short and ask if I can answer any questions.
Council? Any thoughts?
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for obtaining that. Congratulations on it. To get here right away, that's great. I want to thank you guys for the communication we have, because you were always available to talk and took plenty of stuff. You know where I stand. The townhouses, I think, for senior, that doesn't make sense to me, because the first thing I would like to do when I get really old is not have stairs to go. So, and you know, I don't like the apartments, but that's what my constituents don't want. They don't want more apartments. They make it clear. The townhouse, the exemption, we're going lower and lower. The one we just approved was at 2,000 square foot, and you guys requesting 1,500 square foot. Where are we going to stop? I think 1,500 square foot on a lot, that's not that much. And I apologize, I missed it somewhere. when you ask for height exemption, can you get me through that, please? Because I totally missed it in there.
Yeah, so we're looking for some height exemptions, I believe in the retail, the multifamily, and the senior. Is that? I don't remember the specific documents. We're looking for, some adjustments to that. Do you have the specifics, Mr. Rose?
You have number, Brian?
So again, it's 50, they're requesting a 50-foot maximum building height for the residential units. That would be for multifamily residential units.
Instead of?
Instead of 35 feet. And then 55-foot maximum for commercial buildings and for, commercial buildings.
Instead of?
Again, 35 feet.
35.
That's kind of a standard number for building height.
I have no problem with the medical office to get, a little taller because 35 is kind of low, but for the rest, I would like to keep it at 35. You already asked exemption on the lot side, and the rest, honestly, that's one of the best projects that I've seen on a paper. I like it, but I think we should stick to the height we have on the code. That's my view.
Councilman Alexander?
Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
My elders first.
I recognized you, Councilman Alexander. I'll recognize him next.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Hey, Kelly, good to see you again. And there's parts of this project I really like. The medical offices, the retail frontage, the single-family homes. I wish they were like R20, but, a guy can wish. I love the senior living. I like the open space corridor down the middle. I think that's a great piece to it. The townhouses are what they are. The apartments will back up to what are already apartments there. Is that correct? So this is not introducing apartments in an area where there are none. They will be together. I mean, obviously not joined together, but
Yes, there are
looking at
existing
an aerial
apartments
map,
across
there's
the
apartments
street
right
at the
there.
other corner and immediately adjacent to where we've placed the
you.
apartments on this parcel,
Now,
correct?
when we talked about those, and correct me if my memory is wrong, you had talked about those apartments being a central access. You go inside the building, and then you would go upstairs or elevator or whatever to get to your,
Correct. We are
Individual
expecting those to be an interior corridor product instead of a breezeway.
okay. So that changes the look of the building quite a bit. It's going to look maybe a little more glass or whatever facade you're going to use on it, rather than a traditional apartment. Is that correct?
We feel it'll create an elevated experience for the users and look, yes.
I think it's going to look great. How do we know it's going to look that way? How do we know this isn't going to change to exterior,
I think-
300 exterior doors?
I think your planning commission is very aware of what the city council is, and we will have to come in front of them for all of that. I don't know of any, that it's in the ordinance in that way, or we will get them to talk about it.
Just,
Yeah,
Y'all been in business like 100 and something years, right?
we have. Mayor, I was trying to keep you the short version.
Well,
but
I mean,
I committed to recognizing Councilman Fan after Councilman Alexander.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go
You
ahead.
need to watch that now.
I respect my elder, yes, sir.
Let's not get punchy.
Part of my question, the other part is this senior housing, is that assisted living or is it senior housing?
We worked with staff to allow both options, so it could be an assisted or just an age-restricted housing, depending on kind of what the market wants it to be. So that's still, it's zoning and parking will allow for either.
Vice Mayor Okay.
Yeah, question.
I'm sorry. No, I should have gone to Councilman Jones.
There's another
Trying to
old
keep
one right
y'all in
there.
order.
Get in there, son.
Go to sleep. And Brian might have answered this, but did y'all ever get approval from the hospital to access that road, to use that road?
Yes, they talked
Yes, we
about
have an executed document that says that we will be able to do the improvements to make that a public road, and working with the city engineers on the design of that, and then connect theirs access.
So y'all did get something signed?
We have a signed document, yes, sir.
Councilman Jones.
I just want to tell you, I think. Look, hold on. I think it's great that y'all made this to where y'all developed it so that when you can walk around, the older people can go into another unit and grow old in the whole same spot right there.
Why are you looking at me? Don't.
One time, yeah. But I was getting back to you, y'all's been in business for 100 years, right? That stands for something right there, Pascal. They've been in, and y'all did the Simpson Strong Tide, right?
We did. We are the developers for Simpson Strong Tide and Alexander's.
I think it looks beautiful over there too. So.
Thank you.
Okay, who else has questions that I haven't recognized?
Just a quick one where I think I have an issue with that for driving there a few times, and the connection on Lower Station Camp, because that road flood a lot. So basically, we're going to put a connection on a flooding road. I don't see why we do that for. There are plenty of connections everywhere else. I don't understand why we're going to put a connection, and I know it's not you, so I know where it's coming from. Why we're going to put a connection where we know we're going to have issues, because people are going to go there, it's going to be flooded, they're not going to be able to go, they tried to go, and now Chief Beeman is involved because we have a car in the middle of the water with 4 people in it stuck. There are plenty of connection there. I see there is another, there is 1, 2, 3, at least 3 connection there. What do we need to put a connection where we know we have a problem?
So the only connections available would be this one and this one, and no other connection all the way around the edge of the site is available. These connections connect into the private driveway, but ultimately come up and out at this location. So really, those 2 are the only spots. We definitely needed that one. Originally, this was only a driveway, and so we needed that one to be upgraded to a more public access road. And we still felt that the access to Lower Station Camp Creek Road was important enough that the 1 or 2 times maybe per year that you might see that area flooded was enough of a reason to, that's a low enough amount of times that you would not have issues with people trying to drive and being flooded out. Of course, we would always recommend if people come up to a road that is flooded, which that road, Lower Station Camp Creek Road, is flooded, and if they happen to drive on it when it's flooded, they're going to have an issue too. But more important was providing the additional access in and out for emergency access point and for connectivity and for a myriad of reasons. But I think the risk of 1 or 2 times maybe per year that you might see a flood is worth the risk for adding that additional connectivity.
Thank you, sir. And you have only 5 pickleball courts?
5 pickleball courts for shared. Yes, we are currently showing that.
That's all?
May I speak quickly to the Lower Station Camp?
Yes, ma'am.
We did definitely look at fire separation distances to make sure that we could meet code requirement. And we originally proposed just a fire access drive through there. with these little larger lots, we've liked the quiet aspect of it, but the staff did provide the points of connectivity, and so we're willing to defer to this group and staff and what you guys want us to do. But we originally proposed just a fire access to meet code and keep that back neighborhood quiet.
Chief?
Council, forgive me, this is the first time I've seen this project and presented. I would just need to come back and study it a little more first before I gave an answer in regards to fire access roads or the question about the potential for water and flooding in that area.
Thank you, Chief.
Any other questions, anyone? Any action?
No swimming pool?
But before you call the vote, I got something I'd like to say.
Well, we don't have a motion.
Okay. I do like this plan. I like the senior. I like the housing. I like the commercial. I liked everything about it. And I know this area is deemed for high density, but there again, too, I'm about to start jumping ship on apartments. I've just got where I think we're getting too many of them in here. Hate to say that. I voted for them before, and I stopped before, and then got some more data on it, how we do need them and stuff, but I'm getting to the point now that it concerns me. That's all I have to say.
Just make a comment that I appreciate the fact you looked at the townhouse being more cottage than townhouses, and I would really like that to happen. If I know it's going to be a different step, but
We did like the marrying the townhouses near the senior family for that ability that they could come in as cottages if that makes sense at the time. And it's good. I mean, Mr. Rose can speak to it, but it's generally good planning of trying to do the denser up at the road, and then we tried to go less dense and have transition zones in between. So the townhouse is kind of a breaking up the single family from the townhouse or cottage. Could be from breaking up the single family from the senior, and it could go with either type.
Brian, maybe you know that. If you don't, it's okay. Do you know what the height of the staff on the left is? The other apartments? If you don't know, it's okay.
You're talking again about the ones that are highlighted on the screen? The apartments?
No, the existing ones.
Oh, the existing apartments? I do not know the existing height for those. I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, it's okay. I would just.
I can get that information to you if you'd like.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I do believe it's a 3-story product, so it would exceed the 35 feet, but exact heights would be helpful, yes. Yes, sir. Oh, can I do that? Mayor Brown?
Where's the swimming pool?
Motion to send it on the council.
Second.
A motion by Councilman Carter. I have a second by Councilman Fan. Is there any further discussion before we vote to send it forward? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of moving forward to council, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No, I can't vote for apartments.
Thank you for your time.
5-2, thank you. Thank you for sticking around this evening, so, good evening. Item number 4 is the Frank Property Annexation Feasibility Study. City Planner Brian Rose. Oh.
Can we get an abbreviated one?
Try. I mentioned a lot of this information at the last meeting. This is, again, the Frank property. Staff has prepared an annexation study to go along with the petition request that the owner would like to annex their property, so they are asking for permission to submit an annexation application. And this annexation study gives the city a little bit of information in order to support whether or not that is the right decision. That's a county island completely surrounded by Gallatin city limits. Again, I already mentioned last time a lot of the reasons why we consider these annexations. So I'll jump to some key findings from the report. A development proposal, like I said previously, has not been given to the city at this time. Public utilities, including water, sewer, natural gas, will be the responsibility of any future developer of the property. The police and fire department have indicated that they do not require any additional staff to be able to provide services to this area at this time. Electric service would be provided by any future developer of the property. Current collected taxes for the property are $2,345 for Sumner County, $550 for city property tax. If the property is developed, obviously, these numbers would increase substantially. A draft plan of services is attached to your report there, outlining proposed services, and that kind of summarizes what I've just mentioned. And then other city services such as parks, planning and zoning, engineering, building codes, property maintenance, and so on and so forth, all would be available to the property upon annexation. Thanks.
Council? Questions? Proposed action? It's just the feasibility study.
There's nothing to do with it.
Oh, sorry. I thought we had, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm so bleary-eyed at this point. Okay. Item 5, Resolution R2507-35, resolution authorizing the Gallatin Police Department to apply for the CSX Pride and Service Project Grant. You'll be so quick.
I hope. Don Bandy Police Department, this is a zero match grant, and it's $25,000 to use for equipment. We're probably going to use it for our training division.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion by Councilman Fennell, second by Councilman Carter. Any questions, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Does move forward to council. Item 6 is Resolution R2507-36, resolution to separate the combined position of switchboard operator, records clerk, city reception, and approve updated job descriptions. I had sent Ms. Ken Jimmy home. She has a sick child at home. I think Mr. DePriest is going to jump in. This was actually my idea to combine them. We thought we had a solution, but as it's worked out, we don't, so we need to separate those and create a part-time position for each area.
Yes, I wasn't prepared for that, but I seen she wasn't here, so. So yeah, in the original budget, the position was combined, and the idea was the week during court, that employee could work up here. The other weeks, they could work out at Public Works. Well, it turns out court is also the week that it's busiest for Public Works, so it wasn't gonna work out, so that's the reason to separate the position.
Not just that, the person that we wanted to do it didn't really feel like they might want to.
That was part of it
So
as
I'm not
well,
going to
so.
force it on anybody. Yeah.
Motion to send to council?
Second.
Motion by Councilman Juvants, second by Councilman Jones. Any questions, discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. Now, the real hero of the day is the people that have stuck around from Studio 8. I am so very, very sorry. Before we get into discussion on Project Phoenix, I do want to kind of just repeat some things that I have said for a very, very long time, because I think things have gotten stirred up time and time and time again. I mean, we heard it tonight about not being transparent. There's nothing to be transparent about yet. We are still trying to get the information to see if this is something that we should go forward with. I did actually make some comments, and I'll share them with you. I know that this whole council has had the opportunity to meet with Bull, that they've shared with you about their vision for this potential project. We reviewed a while ago the economic impact analysis, though we all recognize there are still many variables that could shift those numbers up or down. I hope that we would be able to see an impact comparison that compared rebuilding a new city hall or renovating the existing city hall. But I understand that too carries a number of uncertainties depending on community input and how the project evolves, if it moves forward at all. Council members have seen a conceptual rendering of the project, and we've been given permission this evening to be able to share that with you publicly. Ms. Bates, have you done that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it where we can show it, Mr. Henschel?
Would you like to do that now?
We can, yeah, just the rendering from Boyle. I think it's fine to put up while I talk, that's fine. So council members have seen this conceptual rendering. We do have the permission to share it publicly. And the only reason I asked if we could share it publicly was because I think it'll help the broader community get a clear picture of what we could be talking about. This is not what anything is going to look like. It is to help give some idea of what it could look like and how it would fit with the existing square. Well, it's a private company contemplating a major investment, many, many millions of dollars. And I haven't heard, that is not what I was expecting.
The drawing on the right? That's what they were showing.
Okay, okay. I was expecting the one that showed a character type element.
Well,
but that's what we have, okay. Anyway, we'll move along then. They have, talking about Boyle. Boyle is a private company that's contemplating a huge investment down Gallatin, many, many millions of dollars. And in my experience, in just talking to people who have experience with Boyle, I haven't heard nothing but the utmost respect for Boyle. They've developed some of the most truly exceptional projects in our region, and any of you can go visit them, any of the citizens can go visit them, and you can judge that for yourself. For those who haven't been here too long, and I know there are a lot of people in Gallatin that haven't been here for a long time, so I'm going to offer a step back in time so that you can get a better understanding of why this is even a thing that we're talking about. Gallatin Square was once the economic center of our community, full of energy and commerce, just like bustling squares all across this country. It, however, like other squares across this country, declined over time. It wasn't because of any one decision or failure, but because the world changed. Shopping habits shifted. Rivergate Mall here came along. Big box stores. I think some of you will recall the Walmart fight way back when. And the lure of convenience pulled people away from historic downtowns. Decades later, however, across the country, downtowns began to rebound. People started seeking out authentic, vibrant experiences, unique dining, shopping, community spaces. But that kind of transformation does not happen on its own. It takes a significant public and private investment and partnership. So Gallatin joined that movement in about 2008 when they started with a complete overhaul of the square's infrastructure and streetscape. Some of you remember that, some of you do not. That investment signaled a belief in the square's future, and private investors followed. Many were local, some were not local, but they renovated buildings, they opened businesses, and they breathed new life into the heart of the square. It was, I mean, I think some of you can speak to that. It was desolate until after that project happened. So in the 15 years since that time, we have seen what we wanted, a real reawakening. And it's not just in the activity that takes place in our historic downtown square, but also in the affection for the square and the pride for the square. And through that time, there's been ongoing conversation. I mean, ever since the square realized it was going to be someplace that people wanted to go again. And that was, how do we ensure that that momentum continues? How do we preserve the character and the value of these historic properties? And how do we keep the square relevant, and this is so important for me, for future generations so that it doesn't decline again? The one conclusion that we've come to repeatedly is this, that redeveloping the periphery or the surrounding blocks of the square, nothing to do with the core itself, is key to supporting the historic core. And if we're serious about thoughtful, strategic growth, while also respecting that private property owners have rights in their own visions, then reinvesting in our city center is a logical step. Unlike many historic squares, Gallatin's is not currently bordered by dense residential developments. And I've been told so many times by people of all ages how much they'd love to live close to downtown. And that desire truly spans all generations. I've heard from the, just out of high school to the quite a bit older than I am, folks. Now, ironically, the specific idea that we're exploring now wasn't even on my radar. I knew that City Hall would need significant renovations in the coming years. We all knew that. I knew that Fire Hall 1 needed to relocate. I knew we'd eventually have to build a new police facility. But when I got a call asking how I felt about redeveloping this entire block, I was seriously surprised. But even still, I wasn't going to shut the door on something that might be an amazing opportunity. I always say, I never say never, and I wasn't going to say never when somebody asks this random question. So as things stand right now, City of Gallatin, moving ahead with these necessary city projects, that City Hall, the Fire Hall, and the police station will actually reduce the city's revenue in a lot of ways. It'll cost a lot of money to build, and we'll be taking up more land that doesn't generate revenue. And the development of all of those projects will be funded entirely by taxpayers in our city, existing funding. On the other hand, redeveloping this publicly owned property has the potential to generate revenue, enough revenue to recoup the reinvestment that at least the project for City Hall and the Fire Hall would take in 10 to 20 years. If we go at it on our own without a private development partnership, that burden is going to fall strictly on the tax base and could stretch out probably 30 years, which is our typical debt issuance. But then I think about this and I say that's not the only benefit, because I believe that a hotel and multifamily would bring hundreds of new people just steps from our local shops and our restaurants, more customers, more traffic, and beautifully to me, more energy. And I've been to so many squares over so many parts of this country, and that residential component is essential for that energy and vitality and big success that the people who invest in our square truly, truly do deserve. I do understand there's fear. I share it, especially about what the construction phase would look like. Rosemary's heard me bring up to boil a couple of times that protecting access to the square is priority number one, because we do not want businesses to suffer during a construction period. They also understand the need for community input on everything from the design and parking to traffic flow and the overall use of what this redevelopment might include. I know I always am the one who tends to be optimistic, even when others are hesitant. I think that's all of y'all. But in this case, I'm confident Boyle is not going to risk their reputation or their success on anything less than an exceptional project. If you look at their other projects, you're gonna see the kind of work that they do. And that this caliber of investor is looking at our community is not an opportunity that I just want to throw out because it's hard. And it takes time and it's difficult and there's lots of questions around it. So let me be perfectly clear. Tonight, we're not deciding whether we're going to move forward with this whether or not this project will happen. That's way in the future. The central question before us tonight is whether City Hall stays or City Hall goes. I was initially firmly against tearing this building down. I said, why? We'll never have any old buildings again if we keep tearing them down. I really wanted to preserve it. I felt like it was an important landmark. But I had so many people that have said, it's a concrete block building and it doesn't have any architectural significance or really historical significance. All that aside, I am starting to rethink that. It's possible that rebuilding this building offers a stronger opportunity financially, functionally, and in terms of a public community space, which is what you cannot see on that I really wanted to make a point about.
I know. Okay, well, let me, if I may.
Okay.
Do you want to finish and then
Yeah, I'll finish, sure. So very soon, we're going to be hearing from these very patient people from Studio 8 who are going to walk us through the pros and cons of renovation versus rebuilding. For me, the bigger picture matters more, which means that a more ambitious project is likely going to justify a new building, especially if it creates that better civic space, that better parking. And remember, it's going to be mostly underground if they were able to rebuild this building, and a design that respects the character and scale of our square. I also want to address one misconception that truly has had me giggling, because there is no plan for a towering development. I've seen somebody say, I don't remember if they said it's going to be 25 stories or 35 stories. Seriously, somebody said that, and that is not true. Boyle is very committed to contextual sensitivity. I think I used the word that they use. One of the reasons I wanted to share the rendering with you guys is I wanted to help dispel that kind of misinformation. They might have even mentioned another project in our square that they do feel like is not contextually sensitive, and they feel like it's very important that they are. So now we are at the point where we have got to make a decision about the city hall. We're also probably going, well, I think we do need to be ready to amend the MOU because we're just not where we need to be. And I would not view that as a setback. I don't think it's anything anybody's done wrong. It simply reflects that the direction that we need to go is going to take some time, and that will shape what comes next. And it's all based on what happens with this city hall. So tonight, we're going to need to move toward providing that direction. I don't expect you to make a decision tonight. I want you to hear what Studio 8 says. I want you to absorb it. I want you to think about it. But we've got to give them direction so that they actually can have the kinds of things that you're talking about as far as public meetings and input and answer questions, and we'll know what kind of money exactly we're looking at coming in and going out. If this project ever is to become a reality, it will only be once the costs are known, the funding sources are identified, public input is received, both by Boyle and throughout the planning and council processes. You know that has to be part of it before it can go anywhere. And that we have a really clear understanding of what the project's going to look like and what's going to be included in that project. I've talked enough.
No doubt.
No doubt. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor Hayes. And so with that, I'm going to introduce Matt Taylor with Studio 8. And again, thank you so much for being with us during this long evening. I know when we picked this date for you to come, we were not thinking that this was going to be this long of a meeting.
Before Matt addresses you, the drawing on the screen, very conceptual. It is not a finality. There's no finality to it. But it shows if you were to build a new city hall, it would move toward the corner of, what, is this still Billy Crook Boulevard? Billy Crook Boulevard and Main Street. It would be a smaller footprint. And then, as the mayor said, the parking could go underground with this plan. Let me show you. Oh, come on. This, I do not remember if you were shown when you met with Boyle. This version, it just gives you a box context of how things could be
That was the one I wanted to show because it showed that public green space area.
Yeah, so the top one is not the suggestion, it's the bottom one that shows you if you add green space and et cetera. I would like to show you one more thing for context. And we can always come back to this, and I will send these out to you via email. If I don't do it tonight, it'll be in the morning. But let me show you one more thing.
Sorry.
All right, this is part of what Boyle commissioned. The city did not pay for any of this. This is part of their due diligence, but it shows you on the left the 2 blocks that we're talking about. Then it shows you the potential conceptual layout that you just saw.
But not the architecture, Ms.
Well, hold on.
McCauley mentioned. I might want to articulate that. I can't imagine
Unfortunately,
anybody think it would be, but-
they did not supply any architectural inspiration pieces. They are working, if this moves forward, they'll be working with a company called Historic Concepts, which is very much about making sure that it would blend in with your current historic downtown. But this is what a concept of what the green space could look like. This gives you some inspiration pieces of what could be in the green space and also along the creek. And then that gives you also an idea of this would be this little kiosk area over here on the right, which could be a Gallatin swag shop. It could be a ice cream shop. It's not necessarily a big commercial retail space right there. That's in other places. And I think there's one more. So that just gives you the concept that it would be more green, more bucolic, get rid of the sea of asphalt that we have already, and improve stormwater and drainage and cleaning of the water. What's that called? Biofiltration. All right, let me call up their presentation. And again, we can go back to these. I'm going to send these out to you.
These were just very conceptual, and we were starting to try and do, due diligence exploration, and that's where we got to, what the heck are we going to do with this building? And
Yes, and depending on what you choose to do, mostly if you choose to move forward with doing a new city hall, then it is likely that Boyle would move more quickly into having meetings with adjacent property owners, business owners, stakeholders, and then a broader area, and then obviously community-wide meetings where the entire community would come. So you will probably get sick of the meetings.
and prior to the planning commission meetings and prior to the city council meetings, and at the same time, while we've done a lot on the fire hall, and we are working through the design and the cost on that.
To the mayor's
we have
point,
things to figure
most
out.
everything that's been done to this point has been paid for by Boyle, and it is proprietary, it's their property, and a lot of it is just really, some phase one environmental, a little bit of geotech. It's really just the minutia of making sure the property will physically work, et cetera. So I'm going to let Matt Taylor take it over. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you all. I know it's been a long night. We come to a lot of public meetings, so we're okay being here. We're grateful to be here to be able to talk with you all tonight. I also want to introduce my partner, Anna Ruth Kimbrough. She's here also patiently, very involved in helping with this. In 2024, the Industrial Development Board engaged Studio 8 to prepare an updated space needs assessment to help evaluate and plan for the future of Gallatin City Hall. The city, as you all clearly know, are in discussions with Boyle Investment Group to explore the feasibility of developing a new mixed-use development in Gallatin. This space needs assessment was completely independent of Boyle's development and planning as part of the city's due diligence in the best interest of planning for the future of City Hall, regardless of whether Project Phoenix is implemented or not. The space needs assessment goals are twofold. One, to determine the range of square footage required for the future of City Hall, and two, to evaluate the feasibility to renovate the existing City Hall to accommodate the square footage needs. The existing City Hall was built in 1974. The city commissioned a building assessment, which was prepared by Gresham Smith in 2020, which concluded the following. As of 2020, the existing building could operate for an additional 10 years approximately, up through the year 2030. We're now 5 years from that into that 10-year window. After that time, the infrastructure systems, such as the mechanical, HVAC, electrical systems, will likely require extensive and costly replacement. The building is not sprinklered and not in compliance with current codes. The toilet rooms and the elevator do not appear to meet current accessibility codes. The toilet rooms and elevator shafts. A security assessment should be conducted to determine if upgrades are required to provide necessary safety measures for all staff and visitors. The current building lacks organizational clarity. First-time visitors must seek out the department that they need if there's not a person in the front desk. And water intrusion is visibly evident at the subgrade areas of the basement where water is leaching in through the ground. So key conclusions for the future of City Hall is the space needs assessment determined a need of approximately 42 to 47,000 gross square feet to last the next 20 years. Based on the required square footage, a new building will most likely be 2 to 3 stories. The square footage of the existing building does not meet the current and future square footage needs for the departments currently located within City Hall. Oh, hold on, I'm going to come back to that. To assist the city in evaluation of options, the assessment included 2 different space needs scenarios. Option A, all current departments located in City Hall would remain in City Hall. Option B presented an option to relocate codes, planning, and facilities to the Public Works facility. Operationally, codes and planning would benefit from being co-located with the engineering department. Currently, the engineering department is located off-site in the Public Works facility. This option reduces the City Hall square footage, but the cost to renovate or add to an existing facility should be considered in that option. So the costs presented here are what we call a rough order of magnitude, opinion of cost based on cost per square foot of similar projects that we have completed in the last few years, including City Hall facilities. City halls are not the same type of building as a typical office building. They are built to be owner-occupied for long-term use. The materials and systems factor in cost efficiencies for maintenance, quality, durability for longer periods than typical office space. As a result, the initial construction cost per square foot is often higher, and budget expectations should be established accordingly. So on the left, you see an option to renovate the existing building and provide an addition to address that future growth. The renovation of the existing building would be approximately $18 million. That's 37,000 square feet. In addition or renovation to the Public Works building, we would anticipate it being approximately 12,000 square feet and another $7 million. So the total rough order magnitude cost would be approximately $25 million for this. To build a new City Hall for either option, a 42,000 square foot building would be approximately $25.2 million. 47,000 square foot building would be approximately $28.2 million. So what you can see at the bottom line of this is the anticipated delta between renovating this building and building a new facility is between $200,000 and $3.2 million. Now, we have not done any design work for a new building. We've done a space needs, and that's why these costs are cost per square foot only. We've anticipated circulation and size to get to these square footages. We've solicited feedback from each of the departments within City Hall. But this does give you an initial rough order of magnitude to start getting your hands around what this might cost, and even more importantly, what the difference between renovation and the addition to meet the needs of City Hall and a new building might be. So with that, I'm going to step back. Our scope is not Project Phoenix. It is to help you, regardless of whether you go forward with Boyle or another developer to do a project like that. City Hall remains something to be decided. The new building, as you could see in the plan below, offers some return on investment of the surrounding areas being developed to help you phase your capital expenditures that you're facing and potentially pay for parts of this building. So, but I'm not here to represent Boyle and how that return on investment exactly works. So I just wanted to share the City Hall findings with you from the initial space needs.
Thank you.
So I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think, does anybody have any questions about what he covered as far as the space needs goes?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question. You said option A is basically building a smaller city hall and moving departments at engineering, yeah?
Option A is renovating this building, which is a smaller building. It's 37,000 square feet, and then building an addition at the Public Works facility Or it could potentially be an addition here as well.
So on the new CTR option A, that is just rebuilding that building, but you still have
That's
to
building a
add-
42,000 square foot building, which is larger than this one. And we have the preliminary space needs assessment that gave us a range of square footage needed. The next step would be to really flesh that out and go back and meet with each of the departments and city leadership to drill down on exactly what that approved square footage would be. But on the initial feedback received from staff and preliminary review, the range to build a new city hall could be 42 to 47,000 square feet.
But my question was on the new CTR option A, does
That does not require the addition at Public Works. That's saying, we think with a new building, without the obstacles of the
Good use
load-bearing
of
walls
space.
and some of the other inefficiencies, we can be more efficient and fit more within a smaller
All right,
square footage.
that was my question.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think comparing a 37, whatever this current square footage is, to 42 is, I mean, you feel like naturally you should be a lot bigger, but there's so much wasted space in this building that is not utilized. And it's hard to utilize. I mean, that's part of the retrofitting challenges associated with it.
First, put your glasses on.
We are passing out just a few pages from the economic impact assessment, and I would like to remind you that, yes, Boyle provided some information to Younger and Associates, square footage of anticipated residential and retail and hotel and open space, but Younger and Associates takes their proprietary software and their proprietary research mechanisms to provide you and extrapolate that information out into benefit. And just a reminder, we're talking about these two blocks, Phase 1, Phase 2. Also, again, a reminder that the 20-year impact, and again, this can change, and we can always do another economic impact assessment once we get further down the road, if you choose to continue with Project Phoenix, to get more specific instead of more global. And then in property taxes alone, this is what the estimate that is it would generate just for the Project Phoenix portion itself, not for what might happen to the values and new development around this project. But again, over 20 years in property taxes alone, you're looking at 37 million, and right now these properties generate zero revenue. So I'm going to just go back to his cost comparison real quick, and then
So they can look at it and study it.
yeah, and again, we'll email all this out.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, again, I think it is helpful for you guys to consider the comparisons and think about things. Vice Mayor Hayes asked me about, and I had it in my comments, but I don't know if I was really clear. I do believe that rebuilding City Hall would give an option for a more robust project that is more sensitive to the square, because one of the early comments when they spoke to us here was about the height of the parking garage. And when they came back to us, they said, hey, as we look at this, we think if we rebuilt City Hall, we can actually put a lot of the parking underground. And so that makes, that gives you a lot more space. Plus, moving City Hall and building it differently gives them more space for developing revenue-generating properties, so.
Would there be any cost savings in the operation, like utilities and?
Potentially some, because you would think a new building would have
Do
better,
we have an idea of what that would be?
better mechanicals and depending on what we decide to do with the new building, design, materials, if we wanted to have some lead element to
What
it.
Shear is HVAC unit in here? I mean, how old is it?
Don't know. Lyndon's not here. Do you know, Richard?
The HVAC,
Eight.
I mean, there's savings in that kind of stuff.
But it's not,
One of the chillers got replaced within the last 10 years ago.
Yeah, I remember
It was
that.
60 or 70,000 just to replace that one chiller, but
But-
all the duct work and everything's as old as the building.
but the issue, but the issues with this building are certainly the mechanicals. The elevator shaft is not ADA, nor could it.
What I'm asking, a new building would be all new, warranted, I assume.
And then I
Yes,
think
sir.
if you haven't wandered through this building on your own, like into some of the depths of some of these offices, this is not, well, not sprinkled, you know that about this building, so there's that element. But that's not the public safety piece that I think is most concerning. It's more about the security of the building. It's very hard to secure a building where you have to go through 3 offices to get to a 4th office. And so that is going to always be a challenge. That's why it got kind of divided up like it is. It's because you've got load-bearing walls that are your dividing big areas that segregate all this space and do not lend themselves to redevelopment as beautifully as you would hope.
when it was first built, and correct me if I'm wrong, y'all, but Gallatin Public Utilities was down where the city recorder's offices are, and that's why there was a drive-up window. And as you can see, after 50 years, look at the compound that Public Utilities has now because of our expansion. The other part of this is this building is challenging to adapt for new technology because you can only go in above the ceiling tiles and then down the sides of the walls. So with the advancements in technology, it's just so hard to do this building and get it up to, yeah.
A lot of
and
wires
grow
run
with
in
the
a lot of
technology,
places. Ms. Hamacali made the mention too, the chamber was here, tourism was here, lots of other.
TBI
ancillary-
office was here, that they used to be in the room where I am, and they got mad when they had to go because we were growing. That was kind of funny. And again, I wanted to back up and say too, we're not rushing through anything here in this process. Yes, the original MOU was about an 18-month process. Now, there are a couple of items in the MOU, and I appreciate Councilman Juvants bringing this up. I'm appreciating bringing this up. In Boyle's mind, when we granted an extension of the exclusivity, in their mind, it's not what is written on paper, they thought that that extended a couple of other things. One of the things that is in the MOU is after 12 months of the effective date, we were supposed to enter into a project agreement, but you can't enter into a project agreement until you decide what you're going to do with City Hall. If you choose to keep the current City Hall, it is possible that Boyle may not find it financially feasible to do the project in phases. They might want to do it all at once. I don't think that's optimal for the city because right now, financially speaking, fiscally responsible, you've got to build the new fire hall and then you would have to deal with City Hall no matter what you do. So it's to your benefit to do it into 2 phases. I also think that by them doing the development, you're generating revenue to pay for some of what you're doing. So that is why there's no project agreement. There's nothing to agree to yet because we haven't made a decision on City Hall. And then the other one was during the inspection process, the parties shall endeavor in good faith to agree upon terms related to the garage for usage, ownership, financing, et cetera. We can't make a decision on the garage until we know what we're building, because depending on how many spaces the city will need, if all the offices here now stay, along with all the city vehicles that park here overnight, if they don't go home, some of them go home, we don't have the right information to be able to say we're going to need X number of parking spaces and how to work all that out and what those agreements are going to be. We're also not at a point where it's time to discuss what do we get for the property. Those are just discussions that we are not able to, we can talk about them, but we can't offer any finality to that or any serious numbers until we know what we're doing with City Hall. So there is a couple of items in the MOU, and Susan agrees that they need to be extended. I would like for y'all to go ahead and consider that tonight so we can get a resolution next week. And then, again, it's your timeline. You get to decide when you want to vote about what you're going to do about City Hall. But the longer we take to make the decision, and you need to be comfortable with it, so you do need to take your time, then the longer it's going to be to answer a lot of the questions that Councilman Juvants has asked. For example, where would we go if we built a new City Hall? Well, today there are options. In 2 years, those might not be options. No one's going to hold a building for us for 2 years in case we might move into it because we're building a new City Hall or even renovating a new City Hall. So there's a lot to be decided after this decision is made. And you'll be involved in all that, those decision makings. And again, all the public meetings will start if you decide to build a new City Hall.
And if you tell them to work with a plan that builds a new City Hall, that doesn't mean that we're going to do this and build a new City Hall. We're still a long way from that.
Yeah.
If you tell them to renovate this, they may look at it differently. They may figure out a plan that would work, that would help. But we've got to give them some guidance so that we can get some clarity and get to a point where we know a lot more that we can share. Councilman Fino.
I would say after hearing this presentation and stuff, if there was historical value to this building, I would be all for in keeping this building here. I always hated spending good money on something bad. I would be for, and this doesn't say I'm for this project Phoenix all the way, and I understand all that, long way to go, but I would be for taking this building down and going about with something new. That's my thinking.
I do, because I think the new building's going to operate a lot more efficiently and more up to date, and it'll suit the department heads and everybody else. This is 50 years old, over 50.
I would like to see a City Hall that's 100 years old or 150, but it's not an architecturally significant or any kind of like, it's not like we have like huge wooden beams that we want to preserve or whatever. Councilman Juvants.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't mind old. I live in a house that was built in the 1800s, so actually I like old stuff. But we're talking about the MOU. I think if we're going to modify stuff on the MOU should be scrapped and redone. Because there's stuff in that MOU, we're talking about including public, we're talking about including council. But in this MOU, I said, if we agree to the project, the IDB has control on the project without input from the city.
That's not true.
Pursuant to the project agreement, the city will retain reasonable approval rights over certain aspects of the design of the project, and we provide the company with reasonable approval right over the same. But that doesn't stop there. If that was stopping there, I'm okay with it. Provided, however, it is agreed and understood that as long as the project includes an approved hotel, any architectural, site layout, landscaping, or signage approved or required by an approved hotel that complies with city zoning and permitting requirements shall be deemed approved by the IDB and the company. Okay?
If you want to change that to this planning commission and city council. I would agree with you on that part of it.
That's
But I don't
what I
think you
mean.
need to change the
Because it
whole
shall be
MOU.
deemed approved by the IDB.
It shall be, yeah. So what Boyle anticipates and what we have said will happen is if you and they both decide to keep moving forward, then they will next work on a more specific design for the whole area, Phase 1 and Phase 2. They have some really great ideas for Phase 2. It would go through the Planning Commission and City Council approval process like every other development does. My suggestion would be that before architectural elevations and those sorts of things start at the Planning Commission, that they really start here, and you give Boyle an idea of, we like this look for Gallatin, we don't like this looks too much like New Orleans, or whatever, and then they would go to planning and go through that process.
I would not think it would be appropriate for this body to even, pull the lever and move forward until they have a good grasp of that kind of.
Oh, yeah, I mean, this is all, you and the Planning Commission will make its recommendation to you, and then once you, if it goes in that direction, and once you give it a final approval, then Boyle would then go to construction drawings and those sorts of things, and we would be having conversations more specific to the financing, to the trade and property versus construction. There are lots of options there that we've talked about, so.
I think, sorry, I cut you
Oh,
off.
no,
I apologize.
thank you.
Can Councilman Juvants, can we just talk just a moment about amending the MOU? I'm not certain, I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying scrap it and start over, or amend more of it? Because I think we just we can amend more of it, and you can change certain things, but I don't think we need to start over. I think we amend it.
Yeah, we can amend, but what I don't want is that we give, because again, on section C, the IDB agrees to discuss any proposed modification to the project agreement from time to time with the company and the city, and to receive their respective input prior to making a decision as to the same. And the IDB is defined as the chairman of the IDB or a representative appointed by the chairman, if I recall well, in the definition. Reference to approval by the IDB shall mean the approval by its chair or such other person as the governing body of the IDB may designate. So if I keep going, that means the IDB has control of the project, has control of design approval, has control and takes some input from us, but doesn't have to apply our input. And by the definition of the IDB...
I don't agree with that. I don't think that is the way that it's written. I don't have it right in front of me. What I would recommend, I know you said you'd like to see it next week. I think it's 10:30 at night.
No, I don't. I don't say I'd like to see it
No,
next week.
Ms. Bates did.
End of the month.
And I think that there needs to be a lot more discussion about amending the MOU. I think tonight you decide on this, and I think this needs to come back to a work session where we can fully discuss it when we all have, we're not quite so tired. And I mean, I think it deserves more discussion, and I think that we shouldn't do that tonight. I think we should bring it back to a work session just on that part of it, not the whole thing, but just on that part of it.
I can't disagree with that.
That would be my recommendation.
Ma'am, and I take your recommendation.
I also don't, I don't like discussing something at a work session without a resolution and putting it on the next. It's my opinion that most everything that comes through, if we're going to move it forward, should have that resolution or ordinance in front of you before you move it forward. That's always my recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate you coming and waiting with us, but and I appreciate it's finally there because you guys sent us that document 10 months ago. So, and I understand why people are commenting about, not being transparent, because 10 months to put something out, it's a long time. So, Susan, I agree with you. I think we need
I'm not
to-
saying defer the whole thing, but specifically on the MOU.
Yeah, because that MOU,
If we're just going to make 2 changes to dates, that's one thing, but if we're going to look at,
I think we can come back with a
2 weeks.
proposed MOU
Put it on the work
change
session.
in 2 weeks, and you guys can look at it and see if there's anything else you want to change, and then we'll
yeah,
take it
agreed.
from there.
Thank you, Susan.
I would like you to take advantage of Mr. Taylor while he's here. We can always have him come back, but
He's laughing behind.
maybe we'll put him at the beginning of the agenda next time.
I know, I'm so sorry.
I don't know if you seen, but from the start of the meeting, I might up to ask Dad to put Phoenix, but, I should have screamed a little higher. I wanted to do that, to put that on the front. But Mayor Brown didn't see my hand raising, asking for it. But yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. We're very happy to be here and really happy to help you all with some of this planning. It's part of what we love about what we do. So
Been really nice to work with.
We really appreciate it. So we finished that scope, but we hope we're not finished with helping you plan. So, and we'll come back when you need us to. You just let us know.
And it's still not you, but I don't know more that I knew 10 months ago. So, but at least, the public can know more today than they knew yesterday. So thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Y'all have a long drive. Anyone else with questions? So several of you have indicated that you think we ought to give the direction that they rebuild, but I don't want you to hold on to that tonight. I think we need to bring it up again next week and see what your thoughts
next
are.
week or next work session.
Huh?
Next work session.
Talking about the city hall piece, not the MOU piece.
No, even CEO.
Okay, fine.
Discussion.
I was asking.
No, I was thinking we had pretty good feedback tonight on that, but, yeah, I don't care. I'm just doing 2 weeks.
In eating lunch at one of these meeting threes the other day, the discussion turned towards this building right here, and then an older guy in the area I've known for a while. Don't know his name, but I recognize and know him. He said 1974 that in one of the corners of this building they put okay.
Time capsule.
Right, okay. That's interesting.
Huh? So there. Okay, y'all ready to move on to other business? All right, let's do that.
Are we going to put it back on the next work session?
I'm gonna put it on the next work session. Yeah.
Susan, do you need a motion to bring it to the next work session? No?
I'm gonna put it on there. Oh, you got other business. Who else has other business this evening? Let's go home. Go ahead.
Just a quick question. What's Project Redwood?
Project Redwood is a manufacturing facility that is looking to expand in Gallatin.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anything else, other business? Department heads, anything from you guys? Mr. Tuttle. And your poor intern. You said today, you told me you thought she might come back next year. It's not looking positive.
I told her she could leave, but if she stays, she gets to get off earlier on Friday. So the longer she stays, the earlier she gets off. But I hadn't planned to come up and say anything, but I think actually the lady that spoke from Star Court is still here, and I think you ought to consider her request. I don't know how many people in the estates of Fairway Heights that she represents, but of course we recommended connectivity to both Bernhardt, referring back to item number 2, but both Bernhardt and Paisley. And when pressed to just one, we recommended Paisley, which seemed to astound everyone. But it seems that, and I have had no conversation with Ms. Lane about this, but maybe they have discussed it as some neighbors there and think that it's a good idea. And we completely agree. And so we would just ask that you consider adding that if you want to speak with her or some of the other neighbors there. I don't know what the developer has done in their conversations, but again, we're always going to.
I don't think we have to do it at this point. But
No,
yeah.
as you consider it under first reading and.
You're talking about adding back Paisley?
Yes, that was a condition that we had applied, but Planning Commission removed it.
I'm thinking that that is appealing to be able to get access to that light.
That's what I heard from Ms. Lane. Yes.
Makes sense to me, so anyway. The light.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Tuttle. Y'all? Everybody asleep? Motion by Councilman Jones. Second by Councilman Carter. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Y'all have a lovely night. Go be kind to somebody and make somebody smile at 10:40.